Hey everyone, how are we doing today? That out of the way. You are hearing someone coming in. What is up? Let me make sure all my windows and everything are in the right spots. And that we're a day early. I had originally, I made that thumbnail and everything, looking at my clock, like, all right, tomorrow we're gonna get this ready. And I saw like 3:13, thinking it was still like before midnight. And I was like, all right, cool, I'll get it for like 3:14, whatever. Not realizing, oh yeah, it's past midnight. Tomorrow is actually the same day. But hey, you know what? It works out. There's 50 viewers in here. We haven't even gotten started. Hey everybody. How are we doing? Awesome Soul, hey. Just got home ready to listen to Design While You Design. Glad to have you, man. By the way, welcome to the community, Darren. How did the Runekeeper do since then? The Runekeeper has shot up to, it's very close to getting gold bestseller. It's about, I want to say about 100 sales away. So to say it was a smash hit, yeah, it's been, yeah, Big Tug, yeah, I got this hoodie in last week. It is super comfy. Yeah. Plus, I mean, you know what Pokemon does really well. I don't know if you've like seen people adapt like Pokemon looks for clothes, but like, man, they've got some cool like fashion designs going on in there. Prepping tonight's game, so you're looking forward to listening while I work. Hey. Glad to have you. The short vid for my classes made my day. Oh, hey, thanks Eric so much for the $5. Wait, why does it not show me over here? There we go. Why am I making a video about the Enterprise 1701E? Sovereign is your favorite Star Trek ship, but it seems like a strange fit. Yeah, this is going to be a martial commander in a way. Kind of a support, a tactician. It's, you know, I also want to lean into this idea of you being able to make like a fairy princess with this. I want it to be, you know, can you make a like, could you make Oberon the king of the Sealy Court? I want this to be a like. Really, there's a couple goals that I'll get into whenever we really get on stream. Whenever we get the document and everything pulled up, and I'll do something of a quick InDesign tutorial. I won't do the whole thing because I know that everyone's more interested in mechanics than learning the layout art behind everything. But yeah, we'll do that as well. Give you guys a quick rundown as to what paragraph styles mean, character styles, and all that. So a more broad warlord-like class. Yeah, in essence, yes. And this isn't a dig on anybody that's actually made a warlord so far. I just don't really feel like the warlord totally passes the why is this not a fighter subclass kind of test, right? I don't know that a warlord in essence really has. I mean, it might have the subclass fluff to really carry it through. Nothing really kind of clicks with me as to why like a warlord couldn't just be a fighter subclass, right? And once you do that, it's like, well, Battle Master's there, and like I think what you kind of open yourself up with some territory if you go with a sovereign, like a ruler kind of a commander. The subclasses kind of write themselves in a way. You have, I mean, subclasses pretty clear is going to be your court, right? The idea behind this class is going to be about like you're given a measure of authority, and that authority is what allows you to like command in this way, right? You're the rule of your people, just general respect, is what gave you this authority, and you can invoke that authority to do multiple different things in combat. That's kind of my jumping off point from there. And Darren was saying earlier, like you hadn't really seen a martial support. The reason why I feel really confident taking this on is because I already wrote a martial support in the Dancer. And I think that what making that class really made me realize is like anything's possible with this game. anything's possible. And that sounds weird after me just saying that, like, the Warlord doesn't seem like it totally, totally passes that one test. I just don't really, off the top of my head, I can't really envision the different subclasses that you would build out for that archetype, right? Tactician feels a little bit too narrow, but like Sovereign feels like, ooh, we have a lot of territory we can run with that. Fresh Prince subclass. Yeah, let's go Sovereign Princesses. Yeah, I want this to be open up. I even thought about originally calling it like the Lord, because I guess apparently Lord is somewhat of a gender neutral term, but like it seemed like no matter what, I was trying to find a term that fit for both, right? I thought about like Regnant, I thought about Sovereign, I thought about just like Ruler, but Sovereign was the one that like just hit real hard. Like, man, it just feels like, yeah. The Dancer is a dancer. How is it martial in any way? Because it does not get spellcasting in order to do the thing that it does. It being a martial support means that it doesn't rely on spells to do that, which is not a thing that was really a thing in 5e. Just got here. What's the Sovereign? We'll get there. We'll get there. Sovereign / Sork multiclasses. Oh yeah, Divine Soul seems like a perfect fit for this. So let me show you guys. Yada-da-da. Let's get... Okay, so we're going from the ground up on this. I'll show you guys just kind of like how I start with a design. And let me know if volumes are a little screwy or anything like that. Sovereign is an antagonist in Mass Effect. Bandit Lord Merchant King, yeah. Really, it's just like any kind of character that's given a position of leadership is what I'm thinking could easily multi-class over into this. So we really need to build it out expecting people to multi-class into this. So, oh wait, my color rating system. Let's get that out of here. That's from the Kryn Unearthed Arcana review. Okay. The word martial implies military training. If you're a warrior, you're not a martial. Well, I mean, it's just the shorthand that we use when we're designing. Martial just basically means it's a character that's relying on the attack action rather than spellcasting to get its power, right? Kingpin, Bandit, subclass, that Rogue Crime Lord. All different. Oh yeah, this is going to be an easy one, and I want to start from the ground up here and explain basically where I start whenever I'm making a class design. Like if I've got a concept, how do I build that out into being its full class, right? Where does the idea start, and then how can we build off of that? What the thought process is going through in my head. So like if you got a question, feel free to ask. I try to keep up with chat, but as I can tell, there's 57 of you in here, and chat's looking very busy today. So we'll talk about that. I promise I'm not ignoring questions. It's just some might go by while I'm in the middle of an idea. You just looked at the products and I noticed the merchant doesn't have the same art style as the other two classes. Do you think there's a value in unifying the art style of your products? Yes, there is a value in that. I worked with my buddy Jeremy Luther, who does all my channel artwork. If you saw the top right up here in Destructo Boy, that artwork is all by Jeremy Luther. But Jeremy is an industry pro, and he was just a little too busy to really take on some other stuff. And I mean, Jeremy does have, industry pro prices. So, I did it with the merchant. But eventually with the dancer, what I'm doing is I'm kind of looking at some other options. It's just if you've got one designer that's got a really signature style and it's great, you want to go with that and you can lock them down, that's awesome. But with Jeremy being as busy as he is, I think he's moving to Norway here pretty soon. It's just the ideas were happening quicker than I could like really commission artwork, you know. But I did find some other people who have a similar-ish art style. I say ish. You know, they have their unique kind of an art style, but it complements it really well. Let me show you. Let me see. One of the artists I've been talking with is actually Dirge, who helped out with the Rune Keeper, not in art, but just submitting runes. And I am getting Dirge to do some that are in a kind of similar, they had a similar art style to kind of a mix of Kyle Farron and Jeremy Luther. Let me see here. So here's like some of the roughs that they've already submitted, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try to unify the look of the dancer a little bit more. And I really love Dirge's art style. And I want to go through with this, like, kind of in the future. You've also got a art station, or a DeviantArt, I'm trying to remember, that you can go check out as well. But yeah, I love this kind of, it's a little bit dark in a way, and I don't know how to explain why. But yeah, the rest of their artwork is just awesome. So, the one on the left, yeah, I love the lantern on a pole. Like, oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. I know, busy chat today. D6 hit die. We'll talk about that. I don't know that I'm sold on that quite yet. But it's weird. Yeah, remind me whenever we get there to talk about why this is a D6 right now. It could change. It could change. Can I link it? Yep, I can link his. I think you're asking for his art station. So yeah, I got, I've been working with two guys. There's Mick Cortez, who's been doing, I actually, for the dancer, found Mick on Reddit. I'm just trying to make sure this is all good before I put it over here. Yeah. So I found Mick Cortez over on Reddit, and I found this post, and I was like, I want to license this from you. This feels so good for the dancer. So I'm working with Mick on another piece. Comes extremely reasonably priced, and this is just like, this just completely communicates the idea of what I mean by a dancer, you know. And the other one, it's Mick and Maxwell. So Dirge is Maxwell Polakov, and everything about Maxwell's style was just like, immediately I was like, yep, this is what I want in my D&D stuff. This is such a cool art style. There's even some like Junji Ito looking like pen work going on in here. Like, oh, I just love so, oh man. I could do an entire bestiary with just this guy. Like, but like this, I just love this kind of art style. I know it's a little bit more comical than what you're probably seeing in the, like, oh, God, come on with this. It's a little bit more comical and possibly cartoony than what you're used to seeing in, like, 5e artwork, but I love it. This is the style I want to adopt for my work. I think this is so cool. So cool. Yeah, it looks a little old school in a really cool way. It's hyper stylized, and that's what I want. But I think that's going to be a perfect fit if you've seen, like, the merchant artwork that's in there that Jeremy did. That fits very well amongst all that. Looks like illustrations you'd find in older prints of Tolkien. Yeah. So, yes, there is a value in having a unified art look, a unified style that's going on between all your artwork, right? The problem with that is usually whenever you're making a homebrew product, people don't really have the finances to lock down an artist for a long project like that. That would probably require about like 10 to 12 pieces. If you do, you're one of the rare few. I mean, even guys that are doing homebrew on the caliber of like, I mean, I know that they can afford it with like Mage Hand Press. I think Benjamin is still using stock art assets. I think Ross is doing the same. But yeah, I'm going to try to be commissioning artists a bit more frequently and going back and remastering my stuff with a unified look. Let's talk ideas and mechanics. Okay. Woo. So, where do I start? Whenever I'm making a class, I have this concept in my mind, right? Of like, what is this thing supposed to do in D&D, and is there not a way for us to already make that thing work? This is a concept I don't really see a way of you making other than having it like tied to your background, right? You take the noble background, and then that's about it as far as like D&D kind of gets this idea across, right? So for me, I was like, no, I think other video games have gotten this idea across of like what it means to be a princess class, right? And I love this idea of like, you are nobility. What does it mean in D&D? How can we mechanically represent that as you are a member of royalty? And like, you know, for me, I thought, what is this going to be? Is it going to be a commander? Is it going to be, I am so cool that like you just seeing me is enough to make you like inspired or whatever? That's like the dancer, right? Will the sovereign gain some bodyguards as a feature? I mean, it's possible. It's possible. But you know, we're just jumping off from 0 level right here, right? So what is it that makes somebody a ruler, right? What is it that makes somebody a princess or a prince or a king, a queen, a chief, whatever? I think at its core, what it is the respect, right? The authority that you are given to rule is what makes you a sovereign, right? In essence, like you can't be a ruler without a people to rule, right? Should be the face of every party. So that's where I'm jumping off with it right now. And with you having this authority, I think the easy go-to is that this should feel a bit like a warlord. And I wonder if that's what everybody's trying to get out of like having a prince or a princess kind of a class, right? So writing down some concepts, right? I always start any class design with an outline. I'll usually open up a Google Doc because with a Google Doc, I can work on this whenever I've got some free time up at school. You know, I'm in my lesson planning periods or something like that. I've got time to work on this other than just here at my computer. And then I can take this over and, you know, do all my InDesign work. Charisma does seem like it would be important for a leader. This is going to be... I'll show you guys. We're going to put this in parentheses. Okay, let's format this around. First thing, always take notes. Always, always, always take notes and keep them throughout your design process. Okay? Starting out like commanding, authority, respect, leadership. These are like just themes, right? I'm just kind of throwing stuff at the wall to keep track of my ideas here. Rule through strength, yeah. So, I think that since the way that you become a sovereign is that you're given the right to rule in some manner. I think that, Moko, this music is from Risk of Rain. I think that the subclass might need to kick in at first level. You think uselessness and flag humpers? Sure. In the fantasy world, it's not as maybe it's not as oppressive as it is in the real world. I don't know. So might not be the class for you, but it could be using intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. Hang on, sorry, one sec. Allergies again. Oh man, okay. So, first level subclass, this is where the idea that I have for your subclass is that this is going to be a sovereign court. Your court is basically you are getting power from the people that you rule, right? And it doesn't have to be a like it's not this thing of like we think, you know, ruler, we have to think of oppressive like dictator or tyrant, right? These can definitely just be people that are beloved by their people, right? So, yeah. Lies of manipulation. If you wanted to go with that route where like you want a more dark kind of a sovereign like that, corruption, whatever, I guess it's fine. Like, there's always a potential for us to make like the, you know, court of corruption or something like that. But the idea I currently have, just give me regular bullets. Thank you. Give me that, and then there we go. Meaning, your subclass kicks in at first level. These indents just don't really like being formatted to. Boom. Subclass kicks in at first level. Some of the ideas I have for some of these subclasses, right? The Sealy Court for the Fairy Princess, Unsealy Court for the, like, Dark Fairy Princess, the Malevolent, or Maleficent, what's it, Maleficent, kind of a, you know, ruler. The ability DC would depend on the court, that's the idea, yep. Originally, there was one, I think Elijah Harder in Discord, he and I were kind of kicking around some ideas on what you could do with one of these. Academic Court. Book Nerd. Kingdom, sure. I love this idea of like the Academic Court, especially after playing Elden Ring, like the Academy of Raya Lucara, or Raya Lucara? Is that it? Raya Lucara? But the Raya Lucara is an academic court that is basically focused on studying magic. You could do that. I think you could lean more a little bit towards like, if you multi-class into it with Scholar from Benjamin Huffman, maybe there's some like synergy we could have happen in there, right? And there's Magicratic and Theocratic. Yeah, right. So, the Academic Court, I mean, a natural fit. The Draconic Court, right? Theologic would be okay too. I mean, I guess the, like, Divine Court, the... this, maybe... Hey, Carrot, we're just talking about some very, very basics of, like, where I start from ground one, right? The Giant Court or the Ordning. The, the Unseelie via Shadowfell subclass? No, Unseelie would be more about, like, so, if you see in a lot of, like, Fey ancestry kinds of character concepts, right? You have Charmed or Frightened. Charm feels a lot more Seelie Court, and Frightened feels a lot more Unseelie Court. And that's where I think we could kind of go off of that, right? The court basketball. A merchant court. So... we can see, right, the fact of we now have 7 different subclass concepts already tells me that this is a robust enough class for this to expand out, right? If I don't have that, if I don't have that jumping off point of like, oh yeah, I can see subclasses that would develop from this, it's a non-starter. Absolute non-starter. Mage Court. I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah, Adokus Wolfmane, yeah. Unseelie, the character I think embodies the Unseelie Court the most, at least in my eye, is like Morgan Le Fay. Like, I think Morgan Le Fay embodies that kind of like the kind of dark fairy, man, especially in Smite. She almost feels in Smite like a bit more of a draconic mage in a way. The Anarchist Court. The Court of Strength we kind of get with the Warrior Chiefdom. But as you guys can see, like, this is why I think, right? Yeah, Thieves Guild. Yeah. See, so there's a lot of different ideas that you could get with this. Yeah, you see what I mean? There's so many different ideas we can have here. You just need to call this Lich King. Lich King. Skylar Ellis, we haven't gotten there yet. What is the title font? It's called Senzel. The reason I like this is because I can do layout, like, I can kind of get my layout work done in, well, I say my layout work done. I can see how my look is going to be over here in Google Docs, and I think that Senzel is a beautiful font that I've been adopting since I developed it for the this look for the Runekeeper. Would a famous pop star be able to command his fans like a court? I've got that over in the Dancer if you're interested in that kind of a concept. Court of Divinity, right? Yeah, the like theocratic court. I don't know that I like this idea of calling it the theocratic court. I guess you could call it the Court of Divinity. Maybe. But this tells me right here, the fact that I can come up with so many different subclasses for this concept means that we have we can already jump off from this point, right? We have a concept right here that we can expand out. Now, the first thing I would do, the Heavenly Mandate. Ooh, that's a really cool. You know, you could say Celestial Court, but like the Court of the Heavenly Mandate. Oh, that's so sick. Who was that? I wish I could say your name. Is that an I and an H combined? What is that? So, what is the concept? You're so lost still? We just started. Hang on. Yeah, it should be as grandiose as possible. I believe. Yeah, I think that's the way to go with it, right? So, the Court of the Mad, the Occult Court of the Occult. I mean, the Court of Madness is pretty sick sounding. I mean, you know. I don't know what, but like, oh, the Court of Law. Yeah, the Court of Law. Oh, man. That's great. Hey, how's it going, Claire Corner? Pirate King, sure. Clockwork Court. Okay, so, all right. This isn't strictly about being a, remember, this is the thing. This isn't strictly about being a noble. This isn't about a character of nobility, right? Because that seems to want to tie it into, like, your alignment in some way that it just, yeah. This needs to be a the core concept of it, if we reduce it down to its most base fundamental elements, is that this is a person who is given the right to rule, right? They're given this sovereignty. So that's where we have to start and jump off from. So I've got all these in here. I just need to say, definitely needs to be a martial support. Still sketching this out. Okay. So, yeah, it's nearing cleric levels of subclasses, right? And that tells me that this class deserves to be made, because there's so many different concepts for this. And we're not pinning it down to just you are a warlord, right? I don't really know that the warlord passes the why is this not a fighter, or why is this not a rogue kind of a question, right? Oh, thank you so much for the $5, man. Always loving out great content, letting us into the creative process. Hey, I appreciate you so much. And remind me, is it Riker? Is that your name, Cleric Corner? I can't remember what they were saying over in Discord. If so, sick name. That's the Admiral, right? The Pirate Admiral. But like, I don't mind. Riker. Yep. Okay. Cool. Glad I got it right. Yeah. Thanks so much for the $5, Riker. Here's my problem with naval subclasses. Okay, it's that anytime you write one, it feels like it has to have a swimming speed and like naval. I'd like to see maybe what some other options could be that would expand out the idea of what it could mean to be a naval themed character. But it feels like it's one of those ones that like there's so many things that eat up power budget that are just to be expected. I don't know, maybe some elemental stuff, the primordial court, sure, maybe. But again, this is why primordial was having a hard time getting out. I guess we can say the elemental court, something like that. Part of the reason why the primordial rune keeper got put on hold was just because, I mean, I had it written. You guys saw on stream I had it written, but like, it just wasn't really, it wasn't hitting for me. It wasn't feeling unique enough to me to where it was like, why not just roll up like a source? There was just some, there was just an issue that was holding it up for me. The problem with Mage / Necropolis seems is you'll probably need to make those spellcasters. Since we're making a martialist, we can always have quartercasters on this thing. Or third casters, whatever. Are the courts what you rule or how you rule? Yes, both. Quarter genies? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, I think the elemental court will kind of get that caught up, right? So hard to think about what to do with the genie warlock rework. Yeah, I just... man, I didn't really know, like, all my jumping off points were eating up so much power budget for it. So, here we have the ideas, right? You need to be a commander, you need to be a martial support. It should be evoking the ideas of authority, respect, and leadership. Your subclass at first level is what's going to determine your ability score that you're using for your commanding, right? I think what's kind of cool, and I'll scroll down and get into this here in a second. And just so everybody knows, because I've already seen some questions about this, this is a first day design. Like, I say first day design as in I've had some ideas I've like scribbled down in here. Don't be expecting this to be a full complete thing. There's a process to it, and if you stick with me through this design stream, you might learn some things. So yeah, this is on Google Drive. I might share this openly, but yeah. As of right now, it should just be for me. But what can I say here? Let's do this. And here's the problem. This is going to show all my info. Now, one sec. You guys get a little preview as to what I'm working on over here. Okay, if you would like to follow along, make sure that this is, there we go. If you would like to follow along, because I don't know, that sounds like super fun to you, you can view the document right there in that link I now have pinned to the chat. Hey, there you all are filing in. Cool. So you should just be able to view it. I don't think that you'll be able to actually edit anything, but yeah. You guys can see this and scroll along. Yeah. These are just the ideas I've already had kind of like sketched out as we've gone along. So let's scroll back up. Now we're going to be talking about from 0 level and moving forward. So this is, and let me say something right here up front. My method works for me. My method works for me. This is not the way that you have to design a class. Plenty of other people have written all kinds of cool material, and I had nothing. I didn't have anything to do with telling them how to write the class, right? Everybody has a different way of approaching class design, okay? So, prefacing this entire stream by me saying, what I say here in my advice is not gospel, it is advice. From following people that inspire you and that you would like to write like, you will start to find your own voice. The thing, I mean, I think there was a quote by, who was it? Was it Debussy that said, like, great composers write, good composers write, great composers steal, or something like that. Good artists, whatever. So, the idea of standing on the shoulders of giants and all that stuff, right? Take inspiration and then let it, like, inform your own way that you would want to go about writing this, right? I am a person who I feel like the way that I think about this game has had a weird amount of pushback here on YouTube and just kind of in the D&D community, because I dare to think that there's a midline zone, and I look at the game this way. This is how I understand it and how I've written for it. If that doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you, whatever. We all have these different approaches into how we look at the game, okay? So, what you're getting is just my thoughts. The Togepi shirt, yeah, right? What you're getting is just my thoughts, my process, okay? So, you're welcome to sit here, hang out, listen to my process, whatever, throw money my way, like, whatever. But, don't think that this is the way that you have to write, okay? Your process is going to start out one way, and then you're going to find out in 2 years you want to go back and change everything you've ever written, right? So, that's a big thing, number one. Before you watch my streams, before you get into this, please don't think that my way is the only way of doing this, okay? I only really started writing stuff, I would say professionally, back in like 2017, 2018. So I've been doing this for a little while. I'm just, giving you my experience, I guess. So, also moving forward. Now we're talking about, if I'm going to detail my process here, we're starting as if like nothing basically happened, right? Oh, you're gonna go catch your D&D game. You're coming back to watch this later. Hey, I'm glad to have you, Riker. Thanks so much for the donation. how much inspiration am I drawing from older editions? I don't know that this actually ever existed. And yes, this is a jazz cover of Gwen's theme. I don't know that this has ever existed. So if there's a concept out there from a previous edition that did exist that we can translate the 5e, there we go. There's an idea there, right? So, starting out, 0 level. How am I thinking about this? So, as a sovereign, you gain the following class features. What's going to define your hit points, your proficiencies? Let's get this all on one page. There we go. As of right now, the reason why I give it a d6 hit die is because I want to keep some territory open for people that, like, it's going to be a lot easier for me to justify some subclasses getting, you get 1 extra hit point and then an additional hit point at each level or whatever, and making them more of a frontliner, like in the case of the warrior chiefdom, than having to go back and retroactively say, you actually have a d6 hit die for some of the like spell casting ones, right? I have made a ton of d8 classes. I haven't actually made a d6, and I just thought it was interesting to think like, all right, maybe this would be a backline marshal? Because I don't think people are going to think like, yeah, my fairy princess should have a d8 hit die when which is higher than like the wizard. I want to leave some territory open for those players that want to think, I kind of like to play that thing that needs to be escorted, or like I want to be the princess that's not really into fighting all that much. So in a way, it's kind of leaving it open for you to say, yeah, I want to play that. I need some help. It feels wrong for a marshal. You could argue that this needs to be a D8. D8 is the normal. Okay, D8 is like, by default, you might assume a D8, right? Kind of fits into the idea of a sovereign who listens. Yeah, and I'm not totally sold on this. May not need it. Yeah, Princess Peach character class. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be a D6, but I like the idea, and I want to kind of sit with that for a little bit. Why does that look like a different font? Because it is a different font. Why are you... come on, Crimson. There we go. Yeah. For anyone wondering, Cinzel or Chinzel is the one that I use for my headers. Specifically Shinzel, and it's like Shinzel Black for the big bold headers. Shinzel just bold, I think, for the normal headers, because I think that's way too thin for me. Yeah. So, and then I use Crimson Pro for all of my text, my body fonts, all my serif fonts. This right now I'm using Allegria. I really like Allegria for sans serif, but it needs to be able to do like tabular lining to make the numbers actually like fit in the line. Yeah. So I think right now I'm using Allegria in here, but there's another one I typically use whenever I'm in a Google Doc that I can't think of right now. Is it Calibri? Yeah, maybe. I haven't met any players who want a lower hit die, and there are full casters with a D8. Right. No, I gotcha. I think if you don't give it a disengagement tool, there's an argument that you can say that it should be a D8, and then maybe through the subclass they get the disengagement tool. Maybe. Like, I know that players don't exactly want to be fragile. I know that they don't want to be fragile. But I kind of wonder if, like, I'm totally willing to hear out arguments here, You like the D6 for it? Yeah, you want to feel a little frail, right? I kind of like the idea. I'm going to hang on to that for a second. Because I think within the different subclasses, we can up that, right? Even if it's like, rather than, or we could even say, maybe But, like, that feels so weird to arbitrate for that. That feels really weird to arbitrate for that. So I'd rather not for right now. D4 club. Yeah, I think it needs to be backline and give orders. So, it 1d8 for health, please. The different courts, I think, are going to be the way that we should probably up that. One of the other ideas I had was that you design heraldry, and maybe that heraldry is something that can give you an HP buff, like, kind of like an Eldritch Invocation thing. Maybe some sub should be D8, but it's strange. It is a little strange. It was a little strange, but I do like the idea of you are a bit frail of a commander here. So, what else are they getting? I think that light armor and shields makes a whole lot of sense. Some of these subclasses being able to go in and get medium armor or heavy armor could be pretty sick. Weapons, simple weapons, rapiers, and longswords. Rapiers, I think, are an expectation of it. Classic nobility type weapon. And then, you know, if you're DM and you decide, like, well, my court, I want it to be something else, you can totally swap this out for another martial weapon. I give you that, like, leeway here to say, like, yeah, we can swap this out for a different type of martial weapon that kind of fits in the same criteria, you know? Plus, like, if we're trying to do something unique, there's not a D6 martial class. D4 would be funny. I'm just saying, if we're trying to innovate here, there's not a D6 class. There's not a D6 martial class. Yeah, it does give you more power budget to kind of mess with here. Tools, I don't have any on here right now. Not yet. If you learn to be... Wait, what? What's going on? Chat, don't make me smack you. Saving throws... I think this only makes sense as, like... Wisdom, charisma, maybe? Skills, choose two from history, insight, investigation, nature, perception, persuasion, and religion. I don't know about the skills on here right now. I mean, history is a no-duh. History is a big no-duh. Intimidation, sure. Yeah, intimidation would have been kind of a miss if it wasn't on here. Perception doesn't super make a whole lot of sense to me. Nature, either. Investigations, maybe a no. I don't know. Gladiators are D6 as well. I like the idea. I like the idea. D6. This seems like a big controversy. You guys know this is like 1 hit point per level, so an average of like 20 at like 20th level, right? If you always feel like this is just way too low for you, go pick up that tough feat. Insight. Insight makes sense. Deception could be on here. I mean, at that... Here's another, like... Here's another weird thing. Ooh, smack me down. Here's another weird thing, alright? So, the moment that you start building into a face, it's really easy for you to think, oh yeah, it just needs every charisma skill in its skill list, right? And like, is it really hurting anything to do that? Meh. It always feels a little bit like, why? Deception is good too, but kings can't, like, lie always, eh? Right. I'm about to put y'all on timeout. Oh, man. Go for the 1d6 is more fun. Yeah. Hey, Wintry, how's it going? So... Why wisdom nor intelligence? I will get into that. I will get into that. Hang on. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but it's going to have a flexible int, wiz, cha main ability, possibly strength. Where does nature come from? The idea was honestly just like fairy princesses and stuff like that, so that's why that was there. And that can just be something that you grant. Yeah. Maybe athletics. That can be one that we grant as a bonus proficiency to, well, like maybe athletics? And just let them choose, right? Well, God, athletics just feels like such a weird grab on here. You think that religion would be to the heaven subclass, except I've seen plenty of times an often used character trait for like characters of royalty has been they're given that position from divine right? So very often they will at least have a base level education in the religion of the area, right? And it doesn't have to be that they are a religious person. I mean, if you saw in the case of like, yeah, I don't want to give any spoilers away. It's Game of Thrones, who cares? Ciri Lannister, faking, or just kind of putting up the front because she knew it would get her into a better position of power, that she was religious. It's not just always inherently my character worships a god. They have a general base knowledge of the religion of the area. What is formatting in here is just going to drive me crazy. Okay, why did that even have space there? Because I think tracing your lineage is going to be huge, right? Alien Mars said history works, got to know how your family took over, right? So tracing back your lineage, being able to claim why you have this divine right, whatever. Equipment, this is very much not done. Very much not done. Boom, there we go. Religion must be there for sure, as it's a base, it's a deity stuff in mythologies and understanding the planes and the cosmology. It's very important to fantasy worlds. Yep. Could this potentially step on the toes of the noble background? Wizards of the Coast is already kind of stepping on backgrounds right now. They have made a lot of backgrounds. They're going to be redesigning backgrounds. I'll let you know that much. Backgrounds are going to come in with at least feat level power. At least that. That's what we've been seeing in the UA, and apparently it's gotten something of a good response back from feedback. So, like, you know, I don't want this to step on the toes of the noble background. I want this to embrace it and build off of that. Completely build off of that. So I want to take what you get in the noble background and kind of expand that out. So Les, I did, but only because the other backgrounds don't get that same level of power. If the other backgrounds did as well, so damn jelly. Hey, thanks so much for subscribing. Welcome to all the insanity. If the noble background or the other backgrounds that are in the player's handbook got the same amount of power, the thing that bugs me, sure, there's imbalance or whatever, but the thing that bugs me is whenever you remove meaningful choice. And a thing from that is whenever one option is made so much more powerful than another option, you do remove meaningful choice. So that's what bothers me more than these things all getting a feat. If all the other ones got a feat, I would actually think, wow, people are starting to actually look at their background. That seems pretty cool. And the only other thing that bothers me about that is that feats are, by definition, an optional rule. And WotC just needs to say, you know what, feats are in the game. They're just in the game. That's what they are. If you have a DM that later says, well, no, we don't want to do feats, tell them, okay, erase them from memory background or whatever, right? Feats are just kind of an expectation that they're going to be at your table. At this point, you know, they allow them in Adventurers League, so we can pretty much just assume that WotC feels that feats are baseline D&D. They just need to do a lot of rebalancing on the feats. Making backgrounds more powerful was a guaranteed success. No one's going to complain about getting more cool shit for free. Yeah. Optional rule as a background feature is crazy without fixing that. Yeah. It's just a weird arbitration that they currently have with the game. I want to look at this wording exactly because I think your subclass should give you an armor proficiency and be able to scale that up to where it's light armor, medium armor, maybe even heavy armor. Let's look. Cleric is the one that does this in its class features. How does it state that? It gives you medium armor in there. Oh, and that's heavy armor, right? And this is not capitalized. Court of the Wild, Court of Beasts. Ooh. You know what? After Elden Ring, I 100% want to see beast magic. Like, oh man, that is such a cool, like, the lore. I don't think it's a spoiler. I don't think it's a spoiler. And yeah, I don't believe so. There's an idea that the, like, beasts in the world of the lands between are somewhat tied into, like, the very concept of, like, what is bestial magic is all about, like, blood and death and stuff. Like, oh, this is like, there's a cool idea. Oh man, I don't want to give any spoilers because god damn, that world is so good. But yeah, like, oh man, check that out. A shield. There we go. There's a cool flavor pick. So you guys see the skills up here. Cool. Saving throws, wisdom, and charisma. Just for anybody that's here that has never written a class before, every class is going to need one weak save and one strong save. Weak saves are going to be strength, intelligence, or charisma, because people aren't making those all that often. And your strong saves are going to be dexterity, constitution, or wisdom, because those are very, very common. So they always get one of both, a weak save and a strong save. It's just, that's usually the mark of what makes a more experienced 5e designer from somebody that is just new, kind of throwing stuff at the walls. And yeah, if you're wondering in the case of like why monk gets strength and dexterity and not dexterity and wisdom, because that would be more synergetic, that's the reason why. Yeah. You think wisdom and charisma? I think that this works. I think this is, yeah, we'll see. Okay, so I don't know what else to really give them in their equipment at the moment without pulling that up. They need a signet ring. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, they need their money. I mean, what do we put for this, right? Starting wealth. Ooh. Hang on. Yeah, all of it, right? DM, how much? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, starting money, yes. Let's do 4. I don't know. This is just a sidebar. Don't know. You don't see the Necrolord using shield? Sure. I mean, then they don't use it, right? I don't know what this is gonna say. This is just me like throwing this out there. Starting wealth. Might be able to blend some ideas from the merchant. The merchant started out with quite a lot. I think that, like, I felt pretty safe in saying that the upper level of how much money you should give a character at first level is like 100 gold pieces. There we go. God, why does cleric just get so much? Didn't XP to level 3 do like a starting wealth breakdown to see who actually has the most money at first level, and it turned out to be like Paladin or something? There we go. Starting wealth by class. So 5d4. This is the upper level of what we've seen so far. The starting equipment, yeah. Just don't give them 500 and it could be good. Yeah, like, I think 100 gold pieces is where I feel like that is the upper limit. That is the, woo, that is, you're asking a lot out of a DM to buy into it, right? If we made it, yeah. Someone said it, yeah, 44 platinum. What if it was, we basically doubled the amount, or no, wait, ooh, that's actually quite a lot. Yeah, even 10d4 sounds like it's like, we tell people, yeah, you're gonna start in with this. Now, yeah, they have the money to buy it, but not the skill to use it. Oh, that's funny. I think of any class I've ever created that you can justify getting 10d4 times 10 gold pieces in their starting wealth, it's got to be this, right? Like, I mean, it's got to be. So I don't know. Maybe. Just give Electrum instead of... Yeah, who uses Electrum? Is anybody... That's actually a really good question. Are any of you all out there actually using Electrum pieces in your game? Whoop. Bring that over here. I'm curious if anybody's actually found a use for Electrum. That's not just like, yeah, it's just weird gold. Or it's like weird half gold. Let's just get this. Okay. I always forget. Why are they saying starting equipment in Tasha's now? Like, this doesn't feel... No, it's just equipment. Everyone knows what that means. Why put starting equipment? I do think that this might be a little big. There we go. Okay. Starting equipment. Oh, wait. The Artificer has to forgo equipment and its background in order to get starting gold. Is that a thing? Am I just not... I mean, I never have a player do this. I know that the option is like there, and I like having it there because, yeah, it's cool customization. But like... Doesn't everybody? That is all classes? Huh. I thought, wow, okay. I've never had, like, you guys know, I've talked about it on here. I don't really have a high crunch table. Like, I mean, my players come to D&D because they just want to play and they want to have fun with it, right? Like, they might see a shiny toy and a mechanic and they're like, ooh, yeah, that sounds real cool. But, like, mostly they're just, I want to come play and hang out with my friends, not, I want to hyper crunch out a character to fuck everything up. Which I love. I love that that's the way that my tables have been run. Okay. Interesting. I guess maybe I did know that and I just haven't really done that section in forever. The Golden Mountain stuff is not so important right now. Yeah. True. Thank you for keeping me on track. Okay. So, all right. Boom. We have equipment. All this stuff. Sure. The other equipment we might need to put in here real quick. We need the Diplomats Pack because, of course, you need to have that Diplomats Pack. There may be another pack that we could throw at you. I like the scale mail. These tools. I don't really think they hyper need us. I guess you could say a Scholar's Pack in there, right? I mean, a Diplomat's Pack feels like, why would you not have that? Like, this feels like a, yes, you should be a diplomat, right? You can get your Scholar's Pack, you can go and buy that if you want with the other starting gold, but I think, like, the expected loadout is you should have that Diplomat's Pack, right? I mean, you should be the diplomat for the party. I think in terms of face, like, this should be, like, Bard is a bit of a social manipulator, especially if you go Eloquence, then it is a social manipulator. This I would rather be like, how can we reinforce the idea of diplomacy? Why not both? Because giving that choice means that you may not choose this one that's very much expected. And people could always roll at the starting gold and go and buy a Scholar's Pack if that's what they would rather have, you know? For the Academy Corps, right. Yeah, even warlords need to drop treaties after battle. What is the... Let's see here. Adventuring gear. Diplomat's Pack is the most expensive other than Scholar's Pack or Entertainer's Pack. Why is Diplomat's Pack 39 gold pieces and the others are 40? The Diplomat's Pack contains a chest, 2 cases for maps and scrolls, a set of fine clothes, a bottle of ink, an ink pen, a lamp, 2 flasks of oil, 5 sheets of paper, a vial of perfume, sealing wax, and soap. And then if you look at like a Scholar's Pack, a backpack, a book of lore, bottle of ink, an ink pen, 10 sheets of parchment, a little bag of sand, and a small knife. And then the Entertainer's Pack has a backpack, bedroll, 2 cot. Yeah, like... You can have a lot of good stuff with that Diplomat's Pack. A lot of good stuff. What, you never bought school textbooks, or? Yeah, right. I know. I remember I paid goddamn, like, there was like a math, like an algebra textbook or something that I there we go, my margins are right. There was an algebra textbook that I remember buying in college that was like, the textbook was $70 because it was like unbound loose leaf crap that you had to go buy a binder for, but like there was an online code that you had to get that was like $400. I was like, fuck this. So, yeah, and as a teacher, it's too expensive to get smart. Too expensive. Online class features, because this is the format that they're going for Tasha's, right? No, I have it backwards. They're putting this here now. Okay. So now we can get started in. Now that we're an hour and a half in, we can get started on the core. Okay? So, generally speaking, what do you want to do with first level? You want to be able to define the thing that that character will be doing throughout all 20 levels of game, all 20 levels of play. Give them something extremely interesting that they're going to be doing with their action right here at first level. Okay? By default, let's just say this. First level feature. Let's define this core. Is it 2? 3? Which is the one with the line? What? Why you not have... Okay, there you go. So, you want to be able to define... define the expected the character will be doing. Define the expected, how do we say this? The character will be okay, so define the expected playstyle the character will be filling in combat. This is something that we want, like, bam, hardcore set, right? This can be a thing that your subclass gives you access to, right? If you look at Draconic Sorcerer, Draconic Sorcerer gets an up to its... They get a bonus for their AC, as well as more additional hit points on top of getting spellcasting. So they're actually a little bit safer up in the midline as a blaster, right? And the main, like, questions you should be asking. I guess there. Let's say this. Let's make it pretty. I can never remember if in title case you capitalized B. What does this character do with her action? Okay. Paladins are kind of not so clear, but yeah. Well, kind of, actually. That's the thing. Question number 1. What should this character do with her action? By default, characters all have access to the following basic actions. Attack. You guys remind me if I forget one. Cast a spell. Hide. Search. Help. Use an object. Okay. Attack. Cast a spell. Dash, disengage, dodge, help, hide, search, use an object. Is there anything... I know there's one. There's something I'm forgetting. I've got disengage on here. I feel like there's one I'm forgetting. Oh, I'm gonna feel so dumb. Using an ability, yeah. I mean, feature. We'll just call it feature. Well, yeah, skillers using an ability. Well, there's using a using a feature that you're given in the class, right? You making an ability check, not a feature. The ones that you're gonna make in, like, we can see that that's like an interaction, right? Interacting with an object is usually a free action. That was, the Devil's Razor Fights Back from Borderlands 3. That's to Drake Dress. Or Drake Dress. Drake Dress. So, by default, all characters have access to the following basic actions: attack, cast a spell, dash, disengage, dodge, a feature that calls for an action. If they have that feature, yeah, that's... Yeah. There we go. That still seems... You guys are going to see just how picky I am about layout here in a second. And if me fiddling with layout bothers you, I don't know. Hang out. Your sad transistor song. Alright, we'll put it back on for Akita. Okay. Oh, ready! There we go! Yes, I was forgetting one. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Okay, ready. Which, it would be really cool to see. I tried to make a ready action-based, like, casting system with, that glyph magic thing I was doing originally on the Runekeeper, and I think that there's a really cool... Ready is an action that you prepare a special reaction with, that you then have to use your reaction for. I thought it could be really cool to do a whole ready, ready-based spellcasting system, but that was like, oh man. It just ate up so much power budget on the Runekeeper. And honestly, once I deleted it, everything just made so much more sense. So, by default, characters all have access to the following basic actions: attack, cast a spell if available, dash, disengage, dodge, a feature that calls for an action, help, hide, ready, search, or use an object. So, the optional actions in the DMG, what are the optional what? What optional actions? What? Is this a thing? Where do you see this? Adventuring options, combat options, speed factor. Oh, climbing, disarm, mark. Okay. Ooh, what? Okay. Tumble, etc. Does loading count as an action? Yeah, I got it. I got it over here. Interesting. So climbing, I mean, there's this other stuff in here. This is all kind of like DM Fiat stuff, right? Disarm. Mark. This option makes it easier for melee combatants to harry each other with opportunity attacks. When a creature makes a melee attack, it can also mark its target. Till the end of the attacker's next turn, any opportunity attack it makes against the marked target has advantage. The opportunity attack doesn't extend the attacker's action, but the attacker can't make... Huh. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'd heard about Cleave. I just made that a rune. Overrun? Oh, so it's like... Shove. Wait, but this is requiring an action as an action or a bonus action? Huh. That might not be bad as a bonus action. Shove aside. Wait. To the side rather than away. Oh. Man, that's still a really, actually pretty great positioning tool. Well, it's okay, I guess. I would rather knock it prone, I think. Tumble and weave through there. As an action or bonus action, that someone makes an acrobatics check contested by the creature's dexterity acrobatics check. It can move through the hostile creature's space once this turn. Ugh. Wouldn't you rather just disengage as a bonus action? Like, Eh. Um, this is kind of cool. I like the idea there. But if these are all optional, provides new action options for weird. Honestly, like, as much as I study this freaking game, just was not aware of this section. Um, Interesting. I mean, climbing onto a bigger creature, this is all fun. That's all fun. Um, but if we're just operating off the assumption of what's in the player's handbook, like, let's go with this. All players know whenever they pick up the player's handbook, this is here. You should, right? This is chapter 8, I believe it is. The actions that you have in combat. You need to know what you can do. Okay? So, attack, cast a spell, dash, disengage, dodge, a feature that calls for an action, help, hide, ready, search, or use an object. Okay. So, people saying things like, oh, well, Paladin doesn't define this, or Barbarian doesn't define this. Yes, they absolutely do. The thing is, those are classes that give you something that enhances you doing this thing right here. This is by default the way that you deal damage, right? If the condition for, like, if your victory condition is you reduce the creature to 0 hit points in combat, you reduce the enemy to 0 hit points, this right here is the way that you achieve that. Okay, that is your main tool for doing that. So by default, you should assume that unless given a better option, or unless given another option, this is going to be the thing that your character is going to be doing. So if you get a spellcasting feature, this is most likely the thing that you're going to be doing, especially if that thing gives you cantrips. If it gives you cantrips, that is replacing, that is telling you right there, this is probably not going to be your main thing right here. If you have cantrips, those are your weapons, and you should be attacking with those. Most likely. I'm just saying, most likely, Some classes like Cleric aren't really super reliant on cantrip damage unless you go for a build that, relies on that. And Smite is kind of the main thing for the Paladin, right? You mean they do, but you see with Barbarian that he will Rage, or the Monk he will use Martial Arts, but with Paladin we don't know he will Smite until about level 2. Paladin... Let's take a look. Okay. So... in this case, the thing that's telling you with Paladin what you're going to want to be doing, Paladin at first level is trying to give you tank-like features. We know this because it's giving you all armor, shields, simple weapons, martial weapons, no saving throws, whatever. But this is giving you tools right here that are going to say you're supposed to be big and bulky. 1d10 per Paladin level, all armor. You're one of the few rare classes that gets heavy armor proficiency here at first level, right? So, hey, Fred, what's up? You see the master class has started? Kinda. But here at first level, what are you doing with your action in combat? You're going to be hitting shit, alright? They're giving you your martial weapon proficiencies to hit stuff with, and they're giving you the armor to be tanky with, right? Here at first level, lay on hands. Let me tell you something real quick. Because I've said this before in that Sigma Smite mindset video, alright? Lay on hands. You should probably be selfish with this. This is more beneficial for you to tell your cleric, heal up everybody else, I got me. And you take the hits in the front line. Because if you're trying to run around and use this to all your buddies and get them up, that should be a oh shit button. That should be a like, I am the emergency combat medic. I'm the one that's getting the guy up from a flat line. Otherwise, lay on hands, this is all you, man. This needs to be the thing that you are doing to you, alright? I like the idea of maybe in the future we could say that Paladin can sacrifice its hit die and add to this pool. I don't know. I thought that there might be some cool ideas in there. But, lay on hands, this is a tank feature, straight up. This is supposed to be the thing that, like, I can tank a lot easier because of this. Barbarian gets their rage and they're going to get resistance to all damage. That's fine. If I take damage, which I might not because I'm getting all armor and shields, the moment I take that piddly damage, I'm going to heal myself up, alright? Yeah, this is for yourself 90% of the time. Absolutely. Second level, you're getting your fighting style. This directly enhances, usually, well, actually, this is mostly enhancing your defenses. But you do get great weapon fighting and dueling in here that you could go and pick up. This can help to shape your attack action or just your general defenses if you want to be a damage sponge. And then you get your spellcasting. Your spellcasting and Divine Smite. This is enhancing the attack action in one of the strongest ways in the entire game. This is defining right here. We know you have spell slots here, but why not? You know, so this is you being a striker. At first level, are you getting anything that's directly enhancing you just taking the attack action? Not exactly, but you're also not getting anything that is telling you to use a different thing in combat, right? Yeah, they have a power spike at second level, but this right here is telling me I need to be a tank. I need to be a tank, and then if my buddies really need me to, I guess I can go and defibrillate them, right? But no, this is... Paladin at first level is supposed to be damage sponge. That's defined right in here. And then they spend the rest of the time saying, yeah, you hit a thing, and then the gods say, fuck that thing in particular, and I'm going to use this paladin as my conduit for smiting it, right? Went to smite the master. Yeah. So, they do have a thing that incentivizes them to use the attack action. And it's kind of lay on hands in a way, right? You want to go in there, be in the front line, hit the thing real hard, and if you do take damage, you can heal it up. So you have a safety net in there. Yeah, it's not directly enhancing your damage, but, you know, it's making it easier for you to get in there and stay in there. So, other things that you can get in here, right? The two main core things that most character options are usually defined around are attack and cast a spell. That's just a truth for 5e. Yeah, let's zoom up even further. This is just a truth for 5e. You are going to attack and cast a spell. Usually character options are going to do these two things, alright? So, disengage, dodge. These are dash, disengage, and dodge. These are all defensive things that you can do with your turn. So usually, we want to see something a bit more active and a bit more aggressive in a way here at first level. A part of the reason why Ranger has a hard time is that its features that it's given at first level aren't really great combat features. They're more out of combat survival features. There we go. Audio's good? Oh, crap. It's been kind of poppy, so let me know if there's like a gain issue or something. So, these are mostly going to be defensive things that you can do with your turn. But, if you get those as a bonus action, ooh, that looks really good. Really good. Yeah, I'll say defensive, right? Help. Support. I wanted to make the Dancer kind of a help class, in a way. But, like, oh man, Help is one of those things that feels like it's balanced on a razor's edge. What I think I could do here is, like, you can command a creature with the help action and build it out to where this is, like, mastermind the entire class. But help is pretty rough. Like, the restrictions on help. Like, I'm just gonna write this real quick. Authority. The mastermind is okay with it. So, I have 3 versions of what I think the core might be, and I'm going to kind of chew on these for a little while. Help, I think, could evoke the idea of what it means to be a commander, but the fact that it's called Help, I don't know what that was. The fact that it's called Help doesn't Oh, it's very sensitive directional wise. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Very, very sorry. So, help giving you advantage is so good. So strong. Help being used as a bonus action to give somebody else advantage, and then you being able to help as well as an action on your turn is kind of scary. Kind of scary. You dish that out too much. It's odd that, like, I feel like for whatever reason, it being tied to a rogue subclass made it to where it was a little bit more balanced. Yeah, it's like a cheerleader doing its part, not a commander. Right. And it also feels like, I mean, I love playing support, so whenever something tells me I can forgo, like, I don't mean to keep referencing my own work, but it's like the things that I'm most familiar with, for obvious reasons. But with the dancer, I thought it was super cool to forgo your action to give somebody else an action. Because some people are going to see that and think, this is absolute dog shit. Why the fuck would I ever want to do this? And then I saw guys like Eric Watson review it, and he was like, oh my god, wait, this is really strong, like really good. And I'm like, right? Now you get to optimize the duration of spells with this. Now there are certain features that are only going to work until the end or the start or the end of your next turn that you're basically doubling the effectiveness out of. And the thing is, the reason why it stays balanced, is because you as a dancer could have rolled up that exact same character and done the exact same thing, but it's just, you didn't, because you're rolling this to play a support to let your other buddies do that thing. And there are a lot of people, some of you guys might not really like the idea of playing a support because you're like, I want to do damage, I want to be in the spotlight, whatever. There's plenty of us out there that we don't really care about that spotlight, man. You have it, but like, I think it's really cool that I can go make sure that my buddies don't get downed, or I give you a really sweet buff that as soon as you get it, you're like, oh, I'm like, you know. So yeah, maybe that's like the teacher in me that's like, I prefer seeing my students shine than like me getting the spotlight on that, because like it feels, oh yes, you love my work because you're a support thing. Well, good, I'm glad to have you. But yeah, the whoa, chat got super busy. What did like 80 just submit take an extra attack on their turn? Ooh. I like the idea of you possibly getting some kind of a bonus whenever they do that. But yeah, so we're still talking about actions, and I know I always get sidetracked on this kind of crap. So you can be flashy and cool at being a good support, absolutely. And that's, you go check out my dancer. If you guys don't have my dancer, whatever, please hit me up over on Discord. Let me get you a code or something, please. Okay. Oh, and by the way, it's on sale right now. It's part of a bundle. I think it's going to some kind of a charity or something like that. But yes, if you go look over on the DMs Guild, you can go get the dancer right now for, I believe it's like $5 or like $5.99. I think it's $2 cheaper than it normally is. Yeah, there's an even greater support. Ready. I think it would be very, very cool to come up with a character concept that makes Ready very good. I'm not sure what. Like, maybe that's the idea for the Alchemist that I take and work on later on down the line, is like, you can use your action to mix up a poultice or whatever, a concoction, and use the Ready action to maybe use it? I don't know. Like, whenever you use the Ready, I don't want to get too far on a tangent. Search is mostly a flavor thing. In combat, there could be the thing that you find. Like, this is usually there's a Zelda-like combat going on, and you haven't figured out the puzzle that it's going to take to make the monster really weak. Hang on. So you haven't figured out, like, it's time to hit Goma in their eye, right? Because, whatever. So you use the search action to look out for minions, or you want to find a little like weakness for the boss, whatever. No one plays search raw, right? It's very finicky to expand upon. In my Ranger revision, you can search as a bonus action, which I think felt really cool in Ranger. Use an object. I wanted to make a class that was use an object, the class. And what could you do with that? That's what led to the merchant getting made. It sacrifices for support stuff. Yes, exactly, Darren. And I'll be getting into that because that's what this version of Authority is right here. Laser Llama figured out a really cool adaptation for like a commander, but I think that I don't know that I want to go this because this feels so strictly commander. If you are going in and if you're going in and this is your authority feature, I don't know that this totally evokes every single sovereign that I have in mind. Ready an attack for an ally? Oh. And I thought about if they have any of these features, they can use it as a reaction, as something you can do with your authority. That's getting ahead of myself. Anyways, so, okay. But the question you should be asking, what does this character do with their action? This is their main bread and butter in combat, okay? By default, all characters have access to the following basic actions. So mostly, you're going to... the character options we see in 5e are 99.9% of the time focused on these two things right here. That leaves a lot of territory for things that we could expand on. Now, let me do this. I'm going to highlight some of these in let's say baby blue if they're more defensive, red if they're more active. There we go. These are going to be more active. Active and offensive, I guess you could say. Ready is kind of active, sure. And then use an object. Alright, so the ones that I think are in red, the ones that are in red are the ones that I look at and think, these are ones that you can really build out an entire core around. Of course, features. This is infinite possibilities right here. You can build a whole core around cast a spell, because we already know that, because spell casting is a thing. Attack, you could definitely... I mean, yeah, we have Smite, right? Smite, Rage, all that good stuff. Extra attack, boom. Sneak attack, boom. Feature that calls for an action, yep. Help, I think it's possible. I think it's very possible to make it to where you can make a whole help action-based class. Hide, very passive. Ready, I'd be interested to see what you can do with it. Search, yeah, it kind of exists in the gray area, but I think it's active in some situations. Skyrim music came on. And then use an object, very, very active, okay? Someone just asked, though, one placeholder said this feels more like a warlord or a tactician than a ruler. My gripe is that I don't think that a warlord or tactician really makes sense or passes the why is this not a subclass test. Ooh, I need to get some water. Hang on. Woo. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do... Conies sound good? Okay. Yeah, let's do that. So... and people, hey, feel free to disagree. I'm just saying. I just personally don't think that the Warlord really passes that test. Because I've been trying to think of what subclasses would mean. And nothing clicks. I get that there's Warlords out there, Warlord classes that get a lot of praise. For me, it just they don't really seem to click whenever it comes to their subclasses. I don't know that they always justify their subclasses. Yeah, pick step knives. So let's do that. Okay. So what I think we can do is give you a more unique kind of a feature here that makes it a little bit more active, right? I think that this could potentially work. Warlord is a subclass, I think. Making it a whole class is a little too close to a fighter most of the time. Right. So, Warlord is a somewhat of a subclass in here. If you look up, boom. This is for anybody that's a little bit late. Here's my loadout of what I'm thinking subclass-wise. Some stuff could get pulled from that. Anyways, we're in progress. So, yes. With that, hang on. Sorry, I've been streaming for 2 hours. Let me get some honey real quick, because I just need to clear my throat. I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. And let me just see, because Amanda just woke up. Let me see her say, hey, good morning, all that. And then I'll be back with you guys. All right. Potty break. We'll be back. You guys can go check out the dock up here if you're looking for something to do in the next 5 minutes. Chill out, hang out with some music. I'll be right back. Okay? Y'all are cool people. Yo, 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 yo. Mm. I've got some ideas for boosting survivability. I got some ideas there. Don't worry. Don't worry. But yeah, I mean, I'm always willing to hear out some ideas, but I'm considering things like in this, like them getting, you know, the additional, you get a additional hit point here, and then boom, 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 scales up with you. I'm trying to remember why I did the 1st, 6th, 11th, and 14th. This is gonna be a weird martial character. Weird martial character. When a commanded ally succeeds on carrying out your command, you gain temporary hit points. Yeah, and like the narrative of that feels a little magical, but we can figure out a way to mess with that. Now, okay. Oh man. All right. So we have a couple different ways that we can move forward with an interesting core here. So at first level, you're going to get your sovereign court. This is your subclass text, all that. Actually, I think these are all headers. Yeah, there we go. So use a ready action as a bonus action to issue commands. Ready as bonus is effectively giving you 2 actions during your turn. We figured this out whenever we were working on the Runekeeper. Unless it's something specific, it can get a little problematic. You can make it specific and make that work. You can use the ready action, take the help action, but that feels a little bit too like I'm reacting to a guy doing a thing. So rather like, you know, hey, I'm waiting for one of my buddies to attack so I can yell at him, attack, hit the thing. Like, you know what I mean? So the problem with the help base, because someone just said, I don't think you should, yeah, Akita just said that. Problem with help base is that we can step on Mastermind's toes with that. I don't know that I really want to do that. If we just make it where it's better than Mastermind at doing the health action stuff, and now that the new Hobgoblin is a thing, we have to kind of keep all that in mind. Yeah, Les, that's exactly what I'm doing. Exactly. So, your subclass choice, like if we say Academic Court, Sealy Court, Majesty, Rule of Law, I don't know exactly what this needs to be. I can pull that wording however Benjamin uses, or whatever Benjamin wrote in the Magus, and I can go double check that here in a second. But yeah, it'll say things like this. Rule of Law, Majesty, Rule of Law. Boom, boom, boom. And then this will say Charisma. yada. I was trying to remember. I think I'm trying to remember where this came from. I want to say it was like the 4E Warlord or something. But like, there was a cool mechanic in here. And cause it to do one of the following things. I'm trying to remember where this came from, but I'm just not a fan. It just seems like such a generally amazing thing to get. Ah, thank you, thank you. Ah, alright, so we can word it like that, yeah. Actually, I think that'd be fine. And then copy, paste, edit. Okay, are we past level 1? No. Level 1 takes a hot second. Now, honor. See, this is what I meant by going with a strength base in some of these. Yeah, so, this won't come together as, like, some people might be thinking, like, oh, this is taking forever. Class design takes a while. It takes a while. So, patience, young ones. I think our buddy Joe might have just shown up. You'll hear the dogs going crazy. Atachemic. Yeah, this is going to require. It's a very. It feels like a slow process. You guys probably saw the Runekeeper. That thing took about 4 months to get down. I think that something like this, we can get it done a little bit quicker. But yeah, it takes a while. You can probably grind out like a right, like Akita said, stuck with one subclass for like a day. You can probably make a subclass or something that already exists pretty quick, right? So has witch main stat. Wait, a witch. I think you mean which subclass has witch main stat or something similar. Well, we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, you can do subclasses pretty quick. Rule of law. But I'd say like.
Oh, Jeremy, what do you want from there?
I'll just do like 3 conies.
3 conies?
Yeah.
No mustard?
No. I think I'm a new thing or fine. Yeah, if you're doing this kind of design where it's like there's not a way to do this in the game already, this is gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. So for those of you that are interested in making your own classes and you like the kind of work that like Ross or Benjamin or heavy Kibbles, whatever do, if we're gonna introduce a new idea, a new concept, it's gonna take a second, you know. So We have to have that interesting idea that they can do it first level. Let's just go over and swipe. What's the text here? I'm just getting subclass text to copy paste. Boom. Let's take that. This describes the manner. Oh yeah, lot. Oh yeah, there we go. Logic or reason? Like, reason seems more wisdom. Yeah, rule of law, logic, rule of law. So, the three bases are going to be and then and these can all have their own flavors to them. Right. That seems kind of cool. I like that. It's a neat trick to not have a wording. The manner in okay, so let's do this. Then again, add. I think there was a reason I did 7th, 11th, and no authority. See those. 1st, 6th, 11th, and 14th. I wonder why I did that. Because I had an idea. I think 14th might be a little too soon. I wonder, I thought I had an idea for that. Sixth, geez. You can give them some kind of an extra attack equivalent right there. I think the way I'm thinking about it is like, if you can issue them these orders to like a certain number of creatures, like 1 creature here, maybe 2 creatures here, 3 here, and then 4 here, to like kind of hit on the idea of what like a fighter can do. Extra attack, you know, all that. Maybe the scaling could be kind of similar. But it's a thought. Nothing gospel quite yet. Yeah, you can add your authority modifier to its roll. That's the idea if it follows your order, right? The one thing I don't want to do, and this sounds like a weird thing, is like create a situation at a table to where someone's like, dude, why didn't you do the thing I told you? You know, like that feels eh. If people don't want to follow your order, I don't want to create that like, you know, I have to explain myself to this guy or else we're going to cause some shit at the table. So I'm thinking, which of the subclasses do I think would fit a Dwarf Sovereign? I mean, Warrior Court is kind of cool. But I gotta design it first. Yeah, you need to make the people want to follow your stuff, or make it to where if they don't, this is right here the way that I was trying to word it, where if I issue a command like attack, and I say, yeah, go in and hit the thing, or like go in and attack the thing, and they do something like casting a spell. Well, that's not the attack action, but they're still attacking the creature, right? So if they're doing anything on their turn that could reasonably be interpreted as I'm being aggressive here, or I'm trying to follow this command in a way, we might be able to give you some kind of a bonus to that. So I like the idea they can use their reaction to move up to half their speed and follow the command. It must be a general course of action. Could reasonably do bonus action on their turn. So what if as long as they take the commanded action before the start of their next turn, they retain that authority bonus? Yeah. We're on the same wavelength, right? Hey, Nitra. Natori? Sorry if I messed up your name. A long time. Yeah, it's all good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a Google Doc way for me to look at a document as if it's going to look the way that I would format it whenever I get it over into InDesign. 10 HP is a nice reward. It is. And, like, that's kind of been a narrative for, like, rallying creatures. But, like, is this, like, indicating a creature as a target? Target of what? Doesn't matter. We wanted to find these things, right? Like, let's look at something real quick. I want to know how. Like, how on demand can he make command? I think it's possible to say. Oh wait, let's do paste without formatting. So how can we make it command, but make it to where these are usually going to be pretty beneficial, right? We can make these as commands right here. Within 60 feet of you, some typical commands and their effects follow. You might issue a command other than the one described here. If you do, the GM is Yeah, you don't want to take away from any of the players' freedoms. Oh, Unicharge, hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks so much for subscribing. Yeah, and my problem with temp HP right now at this point, and this is kind of in response to Carbon, is like I feel like I've been using that too much. It feels like I kind of hit a temp HP phase, and I wanted to get away from that. I don't mind using temp HP, but like it feels like it's a very safe decision nowadays, and I'm seeing it happen a lot in my own design, and I'm trying to get away from that. So like, let's do this. Just kind of doing some ideas right now. Technically, because you can charm it for. Yeah, I don't want to charm in here just yet. That could be a thing in like one of the courts. The wizard did more to me. Yeah. Temporary hit points are a really cool mechanic. They're very cool mechanic, but you've got to justify the narrative for why they are martial at times rather than, you know, whatever. Now, one of the things I will do in this one I want to basically take this feat and give it to you at second level, but make it to where like this whole entire class concept for like short rest or whatever can get expanded out because of this feature right here. This makes sense as like you bolstering your allies and all that. Because like inspiring leader, if this is going to be the narrative for that, then like I want to go in that direction. Where'd I put my dog? There we go. And it's fine to take that kind of stuff that I'm kind of taking the stuff that I know are the themes I need to hit on for this and just copy pasting them over here. I don't want to remove any of the quick tips and stuff I put in here. So I'll just put these later. Okay. So we need to define this first level what they're going to be doing with their action, right? Now, I think the thing that most of us are kind of expecting with this is that it's going to be that commander. So, this is the thing that's kind of making sense for what it means to be a ruler. Rather than saying inspiring leader, we can come in and say, or whatever, right? Now, just give it a second level variant, humans get it. Yeah, it can feel a little weird though to say like, you get this feat right here. I would rather make this an interesting thing that like you can date number hit points. You can spend 1 minute inspiring your companions, shoring up their resolve to fight. When you do, choose up to 6 friendly creatures, which can include yourself. Is there a reason why people don't like the inspiring leader feat? Because, like, I don't really hear of a lot of people taking this on, other than maybe they have, like, the anxiety of possibly having to come up with a speech on the spot. In which case, if a player came to me and they were like, I just want to give a speech, I don't know what I want to say, but, like, you know. To your level plus your authority modifier. To your sovereign level. Got it in your Avernus game and our Magic the Gathering. Ah. It is a lot of temporary hit points. Like, basically you can say... I mean, until it's finished a short or long rest, like... Yeah, and if you didn't prepare any speech control. The scaling on it's very good. Very good. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe there might be some synergy in there to run with. There might be. Twilight Domain called it once its channel Divinity back. Too bad, it's never getting it back. And this won't be every run in combat. This has to be like once per combat scenario, right? You can run in, do this, boom, and then, yeah. Yeah, Twilight Domain is bad. It's funny how quick the, man, the online discourse around that subclass switched real quick, I think, after Dungeon Dude's video. Or actually, like, maybe Treant Monk's video, too. I remember I called it out, and I was like, this thing is insanely strong. I don't think I'm going to allow it at my tables. And I got a shitload of pushback against that. And then I saw Treant Monk straight up say, like, yeah, no, this thing makes the game not fun. And then I heard people just, like, okay, yeah, alright, that's fair. Like, oh... You know, hey, I'll totally say whenever I get something wrong. I will 100% say whenever I get something wrong. But I will say, I do look at this stuff with a pretty informed opinion. So, you know, I was like, man, what gave me like some like validation was whenever I called out the key regeneration in Astral Self Monk. And I was like, yeah, no, that can't make it in there. Like, the rest of the subclass was like, okay, it's absurd, but whatever. But, like, this won't be in print. And people were like, oh, what are you talking about? Monk needs a way to regenerate, yada, yada, yada. Reddit was, like, trying to drag me through the streets over that. And then, sure as shit, it gets printed in Tasha's without key regeneration. I was like, guys, you can exploit it. It wasn't just that it was too strong. It was fucking broken. Like, even at that level, it was just too goddamn good. You even played in Defendant Twilight? Yeah, it's OP. Yeah. It shuts down so hard. It's way too strong. Hot take though, Peace Cleric is worse than Twilight. It's very, very, very strong. But I still think that Twilight is the most actively problematic one. Will Authority at some point work on more than just one creature? Yes, that is the plan. I don't know what this is going to be right here, but I would rather these be cool bonuses rather than the detriments that we see in Command. Because Command the spell is like, yeah. You can order a command to a creature that can hear or see you within 60 feet of you. Some typical commands and their effects follow. You might issue a command other than the one described here. This is kind of getting back into this. Right here. I don't know, something in there. creature can then use its reaction. Okay. The creature can take the attack action. Okay. These are all going to be as a reaction, so they're very, very good. Gaining a bonus to the first attack roll it makes equal to your... it's easier to justify this as, like, to the first damage roll. It's easier to justify that. Oh, jeez. Hello. Thank you. I appreciate you. I know Coney's and coffee were going to be a little bit weird. Thank you. Say hi to chat.
Hi, chat. Oh, yeah, I always forget the camera's over here.
Yeah.
Look over here.
Hi, chat. Coney's, yes, they are.
Somebody not know what Coney's is?
Yeah.
Coney Islander?
The white sausage. They're little tiny hot dogs that usually come with cheese and everything. They're good.
Chili and
they're quite good. Minnie Annie says, hey.
Hi.
They're quite good.
Yes.
Very messy, but very, very good. Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna go eat.
You boys, what's Coney's? It's just like an American way to say tiny hot dog. But like, it's a special kind of bun, I want to say. I don't know what makes a coney, but they're basically just like smaller chili dogs. They're great. Your kill boss boys. Love you, man. Oh. We'll see you later, Nikolai. Yeah, it might work better, right? I don't want this to be a, like, attack or cast a spell action to cast a cantrip. Okay. Coney's the proper name for a chili dog? Really? Interesting. You're eating a filet mignon your grandma froze in the freezer while you watch this? Hey, go on you. Cast a spell that requires an attack roll feels a little odd to pigeonhole, right? Oh. Now Chad's going nuts. Yes. So, rather than make it your attack roll, we make it to the damage roll. And yeah, I don't really know for sure what's going on with YouTube today, but yeah, it's been a little bit hit or miss. Like, and if we make it they can use their reaction. If they don't, they still get a bonus to the next damage roll it makes. So if you issue it and it doesn't listen, but it still does the general course of action that you detail, it still gains a bonus. So, like, that's a thought. Yes, designated villain. That is... So this is, and I'm going to totally give the credit here, Laser Llama did a interesting commander concept for an alternate fighter that I think was very, very close to just hitting it right on the head. I've even talked to Laser about it briefly over on their Discord. But the ideas that were there, I was like, this is the kind of thing that if I saw, like if I was doing a big collab project and I was managing it and doing editing, and someone had submitted that, I would be like, with a little bit of tweaks, this is going to be the shining star, like one of the big shining stars in this entire product. I think that it was a really cool concept, but my thing was, I would challenge them to try to get it to where, like, if you're foregoing one of your attacks, let's make it equivalent exchange, right? You're foregoing an attack. Why do we need to track a resource if we can just make it to where you're foregoing your attack to let them do their attack, right? You're foregoing your attack so that they can take the dodge action, right? You're trying to help to optimize the action economy of the entire group. And I think that, like, the commander works better on with a fighter chassis, like that warlord thing. I honestly think that so much of the warlord, and like in theory, if you're still wondering why is what I'm making right now not a warlord, I don't think it passes the, that one test I mentioned earlier about why is this not a fighter subclass. But I also think that, like, the fighter chassis also really, really complements you issuing a lot of different action or, strictly combat focused actions to your allies. I think it's very, very good at doing that, but I like to separate it here and see what you could potentially do. Your authority modifier. Yeah, and Laser Llama got rid of the resource track. Yeah. We spoke, and I think Laser saw my video. But yeah, I'd be really, really interested in trying to get Laser on a product in the future. If I do some collab, I kind of kicked around this idea of possibly doing a charity creation for, like, Teachers Without Borders for Ukraine. Because I know the DMs Guild is doing a Doctors Without Borders thing. But, I mean, organizing that right now, making sure it's going to the right charity, it's like, man, I wish I had the time to do that right now. Oh, yeah. I like that idea. You can use your bonus action to gain a level of exhaustion that can be reduced only by finishing a long rest and regain one of your expended Warlock spell slots. The trade-off of one level of exhaustion for a spell slot is actually, like, man, that's a pretty cool... For Warlock, man, I'm pretty down with that idea. It'd be cool to see what else you could build off of for that. You contribute to a charity project? I think, didn't I talk to you at one point about doing that? About working on something together for charity? Because, like, my idea would be to bring on a lot of a lot of creators and also some younger designers that are like, I want to have some professional critique on a thing. My problem right now is that Benjamin Huffman and Ross Leiser are so busy with UAH, I don't know that I could get either one of them on there. And a lot of the people I know that I would love to bring on and make it just a total like swing for the fences kind of knockout, are just so wrapped up with other projects right now. Yeah, I had mentioned it because it was something I wanted to do for for Teachers Without Borders, or even Teachers for America. But I think that with current world events, it makes most sense for it to be specifically Teachers Without Borders, and make it to where it was like education-based subclasses and to an actual print-on-demand Benjamin Huffman Scholar, if he allowed for it. But like, I don't know. It would be a lot to put together. I think that like in the summer, I will definitely say if by the summer world events haven't totally changed, I'll totally do that for the summer. You'd love to see something like that from me in the community? I want to do it. I want to do it. Because I want to get, after how well Home Field Advantage was actually managed, I don't know if he's in the chat right now, but Trekaros, I want to get Trekaros as the product manager on everything I work on from here on out, because, I mean, whenever you work on a thing and have experienced bad product development and are working with a team that has a manager that just, isn't great at the management position, and then you work on one with somebody that just absolutely fucking kills it, you want to work with that person from then on forward. Trekaros is somebody that, like, if I tried to organize something again that was a big collaborative project, I would 100% get him as the product manager, because the Home Field Advantage, he nailed it. He's somebody I want on product management. If I do anything more professional with my channel, like print wise, I want to hire Trek. Just, oh man, that guy's work ethic is insane. I would love to do it. I would love to. Let me say this. I would 100% do it. I would 100% do that project. Man, if I could just get something off my plate. If I could just get anything off my plate. I have a middle school concert that I've got to get prepped. I've got to get them prepped, like up and singing and playing guitars and everything for in a month. After that, I have an upper school guitar concert I've got to organize. I mean, I do have my lesson plans. Oh, I'd have to really think about that. And I'd have to do a bit more behind the scenes, like organizing to make sure that money's going through the right channels. And it's the kind of thing that, like, it's the kind of project that I want to 100% make sure it is iron tight, ironclad, everything. Not just from design, but like I want to make sure that the money is going to the right place. I would actually pressure the DMs Guild to forfeit at least 40% of their royalty share in order for 100% of the profits to go to Teachers Without Borders. I would actually also question Greg Tito at WotC to allow for the license to be, how do I put it? I'd want WotC to promote it, sure, but I would ask that WotC tried to waive their licensing fee, because I hate the idea of pushing a product out there where, I mean, I will 100% give up all of my royalties, but I hate the fact that 50% of it would still go to the DMs Guild, and, so I'd be like, can we make a deal that all this profit you guys don't take a cut, it's gonna make you guys look real good. I'm just saying. Like, yeah. It's kind of my thought on that. I hate doing a charity thing where I know that 50% of the royalties from it are not going to where it needs to go. Anything you all can do to help with that, just to make things easier? I mean, if that is a thing that starts to materialize, it's going to need some people doing line editing. Even if you're not designers, but you'd like to see something like that come to fruition, it would need line editors. It would be for charity, so I like anytime that a YouTuber is saying like, you guys want to work on a thing that like I'm gonna manage the money on, it's a weird. I don't want to. I don't want to do a thing that some people are going to feel like could. I just don't want to cheat anybody out. Honestly, I don't want anybody to feel like they did this work and they feel like they got screwed over or whatever. I would love to do a collaboration like that. I would need to know for sure that I had some real heavy hitters that are in there also helping me with like some of the big picture stuff. I would 100% need Trek on there because Trek's management skills would be enough to actually get that thing completely all the way through. I feel like I could do some of that, but I think Trek did it right once, and I want to see that happen again. You know, I would do all the layout and stuff myself. You want to do a teacher/learning book, like teacher subclasses? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know, I happily pitching for charity or anything. Yeah, it'd be good to have you on. Your name is... Oh, no, you're building up a rep. That's the thing. Like, it takes a while. You have one successful class, or, like, you put out a few products, you know. I put out the merchant and still felt like, my name's not really whatever. I put out the dancer and I'm like, man, you know, it's a very subtle thing. It wasn't actually until Dean Spencer and I talked that he was like, he told me, he gave me an awesome compliment the other night, and I was just like, okay, all right, I feel like I'm getting a little bit of validation, you know. I'm not about to take on the pain. If I got word from the DMs Guild that 100% of the profits of it would go to Teachers Without Borders, 100%, I'll do it. DMs Guild, anybody out there that can guarantee me, no, I'll even cut back a little bit, because I know you got to pay for printers and all that stuff. If you can guarantee me at least 90% of the profit of the book, or 90% of what people pay for the book will go towards Teachers Without Borders, especially towards like Ukrainian relief efforts, I will 100% start that project up next week. Like, you give me that, boom, I'm on. That's my one ask. Otherwise, I feel like that's setting up some people for scrutiny that, like, I just don't want to start that scrutiny on. I don't want to kick that hornet's nest, you know? You're not a designer, but for proofreading, you would gladly say, okay, well, I'm really glad that there's so many of you that are, like, interested in doing something like this. You know, it does warm my heart. It's something I think would be really cool to do as a community. Just keep it as an idea right now. Yeah. I will at least go so far as to... I'll at least go so far as to email the people I know who could say yes or no, and just say like, hey, here's the thing that I would want. At least give me this, this, and this, and we can make this work. This needs to be the way that this works over here, maybe. Ukraine charity live stream. I don't know that my live stream in particular would be able to raise up like a big dent. I mean, I'd be happy to do it, but you know, Yeah. Let's not. Yeah, let's. um, I can tell you if that first step goes through, then that can be the time where it's like, okay, it's time to get hype. You know. But if that first step doesn't go through and the DMs Guild can't guarantee me that at least 90% of the profits will go towards Ukrainian charities, then I can't even get started on it. Yeah. And that's, the DMs Guild, that's a lot to organize. So it's not as if they tell me no, that means that they're like, Putin supporters or anything like that. It's just, it may not work out logistically. They'll report all the charity in their name and get tons of tax write-outs. They should provide the chance to get the tax right. Yeah. And design training stream for charity, you will donate. Let me write that. Okay. So that's that. It is a thing that I would like to do. I might even talk to Zip, like Zipper on Disney, because they did Golders, and see if Zip wouldn't mind doing the like charity organization side of it, and just giving me some heads up on how that all works. But yeah, it's quite a big project for quite a hot topic right now. That I would love to do. I've got to figure out how to make it work. Okay. Just gonna get your scholarship classes ready in such an event. Yeah, I think it could be so funny to have like the physical education fighter or barbarian, right? The dodgeball barbarian. What font am I using for these headers? It is Sinzel. I'm gonna write all this stuff down. This is the new look I developed this year for all my products. And the good thing is that they are all available on Google Fonts. So you can get these 100% free. And I think that it looks... I like Crimson Pro a lot better than Bookmania. So if you're trying to develop a look, you need a good serif font with bold, italic, and bold italics. And then you need a good sans serif font. The one I want to use... is that the one I've been using lately? Allegria Sans. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. The college is your patron. Absolutely, no problem. The school loan is your patron. Yeah, Nelnet's your patron. Okay. So, what's the cool evocative thing here? College of Colleges Bard. That's too strong. so much. But I mean, you're foregoing your action to do this. That's fine. It is pretty big. How do I get the underscore for the headers? Format, paragraph styles, borders and shading, position right below it, right here. The border width I put is 1.5. Border dash is solid. I chose a custom border color because I like this blue and kind of mint thing. This shouldn't be yeah. And then paragraph padding is 1 point. That just makes it to where there's a little bit more space in between this and the bar. And then yeah, that's how you get that. Because yeah, underlining won't do the whole section. Yeah, I'm leaning away from half modify proficiency or half level. Those two I'm fine with being halves. So I always start in Word before moving to InDesign. I usually start in Google Docs before moving to InDesign because I can work on this here and on like a work computer. Since I'm a teacher, I've got basically 2 hours worth of like planning periods up at school, so I can work on this stuff while I'm up at school and I don't have anything going on my phone or whatever, and I can also work on it on my computer. And then whenever I'm ready to take it over and do layout, I'll go work on it in InDesign. But usually I just feel like it's a lot easier to do this and then move over, because this I'm just focused on making the mechanics work, right? So I'm fine if the let's say this. Or maybe giving, okay, the creature is attacked. The first time the creature is attacked before the start of your next turn, the attack roll suffers a penalty equal to your authority modifier. Maybe? Maybe? Because, like, defend, this feels like it should be a little bit more, like... Because it's going to have to be... They take this reaction. Maybe. Because, like, here I'm thinking that this is going to be about a +3, and that's already so good. As you level up, it's going to remain very relevant. Ooh. Hang on. Subtracting... The first time the creature takes damage, Takes damage before the start of your next turn. That's actually kind of solid. Okay, so this is really good. Really light right here. The first time the creature takes damage before the start of your next turn, it can reduce the damage by an amount equal to your authority modifier. Now we're just kind of... This is... Oh god, this is just the Runekeeper stances! Damn it! Except it's immediately better than those. But you have to use your action to do it, and you're only really throwing... Well, okay. No, it's better than that. It is actually better than that. But that one is passive, and this one is very active. I did too big of a class before. All roads lead to the Runekeeper. It's not the same as the Runekeeper, actually. Okay. Defensive command seems like a good place for temp HP under the condition lasts until the beginning of the next turn. Possibly. I don't want to be throwing around a whole lot of temp HP out there. Like, I'm fine with a temp HP mechanic in here somewhere in like the form of a rally or something, but like, I mean, they're already going to get this an Inspiring Ruler. I don't know that the help action base is the way I want to go with that. Provoking opportunity attacks. Let's see. Yeah, I want to take a look at that black card so bad. I know you submitted it to me, and no, you're not spamming me or anything like that. Yes, I really do want to take a look at that blackguard so much. Because I like the idea of what that could be. And I think it makes a lot more sense for, it makes a lot more sense in my mind than an ill rigor. Like, it just justifies its narrative a lot better. And it's not so intrinsically tied down to the idea of you worship a devil or you're buddies with a devil, and yeah. It's like you're a darker twist on a paladin. Cool. Let's start there. Let's not like get it into this whole thing. If you make a pact, which is like warlock narrative, and then yeah. If you all can't tell, I'm not the biggest fan of the Ill Rigger. Oh, what food was in there? Without provoking opportunity attacks. Like, that's already very good. But I think Kenneth, you posted that over in the Discord, right? Oh, wait, what? Wow, Dirge, what timing? We literally just brought you up on this stream. Dirge just got me back a new dancer. It's a new dancer artwork to check out. Ooh. Oh, I like this, like, really active. Yeah, I like the really... The pose might be a little... I think the sway is fine. God, I love all the royal, like, Just the cloth textures I'm seeing already happening. Oh man. Okay, this is gonna be very cool. Um, my thought is like I would like to see a rapier here. Yeah, a rapier rather than all the daggers. But God, I love this art. I love the clothes and everything. Um, I think with a rapier and then maybe with the hair a little bit more kempt because you know noble we want them. Yeah. I love so much of what I'm seeing here. Yeah, this is gonna be so cool. Oh my god. Uh that's always the fun thing about having someone that you got on commission. Needs a rapier. A bit more grace. Grace and confidence in the face rather than your and isn't a noble. Maybe the gloves are more fitted rather. God, yeah, I like so much about that. Oh, very cool. Weapons. Well, the noble court special has their proficiency with rapiers, so that's like, oh, yeah. The whip. No, I don't have a. I I should probably have made a dancer in there that was more of a whip specialist, because I mean them getting that in their proficiencies and nothing really building on it felt, you know. But like, they're not really supposed to take the attack action on their turn, you know. But anyways, um, you'd use defend when someone's getting flanked. Just spend the time to issue a defense for your folks who are getting pinned down. Creatures cannot have advantage against them. So we have really active commands going on right now. I think retreat is half speed, not full speed. Yeah. Um. Ringmaster Dancer. um. Yeah. But dodge isn't disengage. We're having to use a reaction to do that. I mean, these are all really strong. The cool thing is how simple we could make it, right? How can we... Alright, I think we can make this. Hang on. Okay. Because that makes it to where it's not all condensed around. Boom, boom. First damage roll they make doesn't make it to where it's gonna blow out with Eldritch Blast. It's gonna synergize with all these. That's if they use a reaction after your action to follow the command. Now, here's what's cool, okay? Now, we can build on this to where later, we can say things like, what does the warrior chieftain do? We can build on unique things for these. Attack. They get to add, if they use the, if they have like the extra attack feature, they can attack twice instead of once. If they have the rage feature, they can enter a rage rather than attack. If they have the second wind feature, they can use that second wind as a reaction if they're defending. Like, there's a synergy we can go off with that, right? There's a, and if it comes online at 6th, yeah. Now, oh, you didn't miss the subclasses. We have barely really touched on it. I mean, here's a list of like different subclass ideas that I sketched out, but yeah. So attack, defend, retreat. Now the thing is, can you make this where this is just spammable to where like outside of combat you should just know that this is always on and ugh. No, they won't. I don't know that they will get the extra attack feature, but it'll probably be in like the warrior chiefdom, right? Like they'll probably get extra attack at 6th level. And some of this junk I pulled off of the Cavalier. I do wonder if it's good to do something like you can take the attack action. Because, like, you issuing an order to somebody else, even multiple people, and then you being able to follow that up with an attack. With a command to one creature. To one creature. One of these attacks with... Okay. That might be the way to make it work. But maybe. So I love this word. It basically means like you're in the front line. Um, I had mentioned that this is going to be a possible class concept, the Vanguard. I have a lot of ideas for what that could be, but I think I'm going to go forward with a different name for that idea. Kind of rooting it more in like some of the games I know that use that kind of terminology, where it's going to be called the Guardian, and that's going to be the like hyper lockdown. I do basically no damage kind of a character concept. Maybe check out the wording for Blade Singer. Let's just double check it. Yep, they're going to get medium and heavy armor. There is a way to do that, and I forget which subclass it is that... Oh, moreover. Okay. I forget which subclass it is, but there is a subclass that makes a jump from... You can, You can order one command with your authority feature in place of one of those attacks. That's solid. That's really solid. Heavy 2, dang. Yeah, maybe. I was also thinking about making an alchemist. Is there something MHP's alchemist is missing in my opinion? I brought this up in my interview with Mike Hollick, actually. I had a lot of fun playing it. I think that that class is great. I had a lot. It will totally function, yes. I have seen a lot of success in the way that the apothecary got played from my merchant class. That makes me think that that subclass could stand alone as its own class. And I think that MHP, like the thing that I brought up with them, in the video, I think it was from Octopath Traveler. The thing I brought up with him in my video was I said, this one feels like it invokes a Mad Bomber Alchemist. And like, I don't know that that's always really what I'm going for. And I also think that we've just learned a lot about, like, they designed that back whenever we only had the Player's Handbook and maybe Xanthar's Guide. I think we did have Xanthar's Guide, actually. So, it's a little bit older, and it will function. It totally does. I mean, like, I've had it at my tables. Class totally works. But there's also a time that comes along where you're like, yeah, but like, I don't know. I think that my vision of it would just be different. And I'm curious to see, I'm curious to explore what that would be. But yeah, there's tons of other alchemists out there. I think that it would just, it's kind of one of those things where it'd be fun to make a shot to run up and give it a try. Oh, surprise, actually. You guys want to see something else I'm working on? Since this document is apparently getting some push over on my Patreon, people are asking about it. Guess what else I started working on? I'm also trying to make a bard that doesn't drive me crazy. Uh, this is a bard that's going to be a half-caster, very similar to what they did in Galders, except I'm going to break away from the kind of performing and like staying in the middle of combat as a musician, whatever. This is really like, I'm just trying to see what Bard would look like if we just kind of gutted a bit of like the full caster fluff, and streamline Bard. Streamline it 100%. Bardic Inspiration and Song of Rest are going to use your Bardic Inspiration die size. Now, some people might be like, whoa, you take away half, whatever. Like, Magical Secrets is going to be a whole different thing. I mean, okay, it's going to feel pretty similar, but I think you can make it come online a little bit earlier. Um, Bard as a half-caster is actually solving a lot of problems with this class. Um, you'll Let me scroll through here real quick. It's going to be a prepared caster rather than the you know these certain spells, whatever, because like it seems like Wizards of the Coast is is going in this move. Here's the way I think about it. All right, there's this optional class feature for Bard that we got in Tasha's right here. Bardic versatility. You can replace a cantrip. Some of the spells that you know you can replace and yada yada yada. I'm like, just make him a prep caster. That seems like a whole lot of fiddliness to just say like, let's make him just a prep caster, like for real. Um, Bard has always been a full caster. Okay. Has Bard always had magical secrets? Because yeah, I feel like despite it having years of design and whatever, I can still find issues with it. I can always find issues with it. Halfcasters don't have cantrips. Artificer, yeah, Artificer got him. Um, so spellcasting ability. I don't get ritual casting. I don't know why they had it on the original. I'm hesitant to remove it right now. It has been able to use scrolls from other classes. I mean, Bardic Inspiration. This is I'm trying to figure out if you can't justify removing Font of Inspiration at 5th level and just making it part of the base thing with Bardic Inspiration. I don't get why it suddenly has to level up into that at 5th level. That seems like really early to just do a thing that like Bardic Inspiration probably should have been done already pretty early on. Uh, Bard was a half caster in 3.5. Really? Yeah. That's kind of the idea, Kenneth. Is the potential for you to possibly cast a spell of like you know 2 levels higher than your maybe like highest spell slot once per day, maybe. Yeah, because of magical secrets. Yeah, I can see that. Wait, what just happened to Spotify? Why'd Spotify freak out? Spotify, where'd you go? Why are you losing your mind? Uh, let's do this actually. Hang on, because you guys have been asking about what's playing right now. Where's this gonna go? There you go. Okay. Um, you put some work into your spell list bar today. I also just as a musician don't like that this is the only representation that we have for like music as a character concept in D&D, and I'd like to kind of do something different with that. Um, and this is all I literally got in on this last night. Um, and yeah, so I think that you can do Bardic Inspiration once you finish a short or long rest, and then get rid of Font of Inspiration, or or make Font of Inspiration. Ooh, wait. You know what's actually kind of terrible? Uh, you know what's kind of terrible as a capstone, but looks actually really good here? Yeah, Newcastle already. Like, ooh. Ooh, that's very good at 5th. Um, you get rid of... Let's just copy paste. This capstone, like, I know people will be like, what? You feel like doing that? Yes, I do. Yes. Um, wow, because it's such a nothing burger capstone. But you do that at 5th level, and it's like, oh, ooh, I can actually use this now. Like, I'm not scared to use a Bardic Inspiration, which is such a good feature. But like, there's just something about Bardic Inspiration that feels like I'm gonna be really hesitant to use it. Um, I'm also looking at giving the Bard colleges an additional 10th level feature. Like, maybe, God, that's gonna require so much work. Um, but yeah, Font of Inspiration now being here instead of as a capstone. Yeah. Um, now, oh yeah, you want to see what I wrote for their new capstone? Superior Inspiration. When you roll initiative or as a bonus action on your turn, you can grant every creature of your choice, including yourself, within 60 feet of you who can hear you your Bardic Inspiration. Doing so only spends one use of your Bardic Inspiration. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest, unless you spend a 5th level spell slot to do so again. Whoa. You mean everybody's going to get a D12 at the start of combat? Yes. Yes. Everybody in my team is going to know yes, absolutely. That is a fucking capstone right there. That is so good. So good. Um, that's the kind of thing that, like, it secures that first turn in combat for your entire team. They're getting a lot of scary safety. A lot of safety and a lot of basically anti-failure right there. That is so good. Very much like MMO, blow your cooldowns time. Yeah. I fixed Eloquence on to make it so OP. I gutted, actually, Unfailing Inspiration and replaced Counter Charm and made it to where Unfailing Inspiration is available on every bard. When a creature adds one of your Bardic Inspiration dice to its ability check, attack roll, or saving throw, and the roll fails, the creature can keep the Bardic Inspiration die. That's so good on every bard. Every bard. You are effectively making it to where your entire party is rolling up like they've almost got a D12. Like, this is so fucking scary. So good. You redo the Eloquence Bard? I've got my own version of it in here. I also brought back College of Satire. Um, the those of you that are interested in that kind of a bard. Um, College of Eloquence. Silver Tongued, I went with the Unearthed Arcana version that appeared for this, not in the College of Eloquence UA. Why does it say Eloquence? Eloquence. There we go. Um, the the version of Silver Tongue that appeared as a feat was pretty good, and that was actually a suggested change from Ross, and I thought that was pretty sick. Um, Universal Speech, where was it? Oh yeah, I lowered the threshold on here, so like Gift of Gab, I'm not a big fan of this feature. I don't like this because it's like, ugh. I mean, skill floors I just don't like, but I lowered the skill floor to where it's going to be you can treat a D20 roll a 6 or lower as a 7 at least. And then when we reach 14th level, it increases to a 9 or lower as a 10. Like, you know, early levels, it's not going to be so disruptive in terms of like I'm going to go and just manipulate everybody in town. It's also just really bland to me. I probably want to go through and change this later. Universal Speech is just mostly the same, and then I don't remember if I changed anything about Infectious Insight. Kenneth, session starting for you in a few minutes. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Kenneth. I appreciate you. We'll see you soon. The College of Spirits. I don't know. It's been a minute since I looked at this, but everybody wanted a necromancy bard. I wanted to make a necromancy bard that felt like cool. I can channel ghosts. Yay! Um, I didn't like the random roll you tell a tale thing, and the the other feature part of this was spiritual focus. I made it to where that's not actually completely useless. Uh, College of Swords. The only thing I gave it was like the kind of basic facelift that we saw in Tasha's, and now my layout's all fucky on this because I've done some stuff in it. It's College of Valor. I made the contrast between Swords and Valor much more apparent. Where like College of Valor, you are going to be the passive, defensive kind of a Valor bard, right? The battle bard. And then College of Swords is I'm going to be the aggressive type of battle bard in here. They didn't need a whole lot in College of Valor. It was already really good, but the second that you slap on a fighting style and the new like extra attack feature, they look really good. Like they seem great. Like I have a interesting choice here rather than, you know, um, College of Whispers. I don't remember what I did with this one or if I even messed with it. I can't remember. I just knew that this one needed to have more combat relevance, more active stuff going on. But yeah, the base class of Bard, what I've been doing so far, is it needed to be a half caster. This class getting access to magical secrets makes it to where like so many other classes are just made a bit worse, honestly, because Bard's in the game. Oh, I also, you want to see what I did with magical secrets? And some people are gonna hate this. Like I get that. Okay, I like this, so that's what I'm doing. Magical secrets. You have plundered magical knowledge from a wide spectrum of disciplines. Choose 2 spells from the Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer, or Wizard classes. A spell you choose must be of a level you can cast, as shown on the Bard table, or a cantrip. You have the chosen spells prepared. They count as Bard spells for you, and they don't count against the number of cantrips you know or spells you can have prepared. You learn additional spells from any classes at 13th level and again at 17th level. Someone call out the changes. College of Game Design win. You notice a big thing in here is you can no longer go over and grab Paladin spells, Ranger spells, or Warlock spells. Call it out specifically. These are all full casters on here. You need to be able to pick, choose 2 spells from the Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer, or Wizard subclasses. Actually, you can remove Bard from here because that's already on theirs. Yeah. This right here buffs Ranger. This right here buffs Warlock. And it helps not deal with how absolutely it helps to deal with how absolutely dominant Eldritch Blast is. I feel like if you're not picking up Eldritch Blast with this Bard, ugh, God, woof. Actually, no, it's fair to say Bard because it's always prepared for you. Yeah. So you can get these now. The problem that I've probably run into is that you need to go over and kind of tweak some stuff to where like the Bard spell doesn't have some of the 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th level spells. But I think that this is a really healthy change. The half caster stuff completely came from Galders. Like whenever I saw that, I was like, "Yep, my dudes, you have figured something out here." Absolutely, Zipperon and that whole team really figured something out with that. So my thought was just, what else can we do if we're gonna make it a half caster? What else can we do to justify why I would want to play a Bard? And Bard having that versatility, if that's going to be made really strong with magical secrets, they have to get condensed. They absolutely have to get condensed. I think that like, if I was looking at the Bard today, and someone had submitted that to me, I'd be like, you've got to make a choice between either it stays a full caster or you keep this magical secrets feature. These are just spells. Why not just leveled spells? Huh? Uh, er, 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 er. Yeah. The yeah. I like the idea of like the Eldritch Blast takes on a certain type of a certain type of characteristic from your patron, which would be really cool. Um, these are just spells. Why not just leveled spells? Oh, you mean like as in you can't go grab a cantrip with it? I would rather have more cantrip versatility than have the spell versatility. Like, I mean, if you make it to where like they can't go grab a cantrip from other classes and then you leave all those other ones up there, it still makes it to where like Ranger and Paladin is not looking. Well, I mean, Ranger and Paladin subclass, or I guess spellless Divinity isn't looking as unique because Bard is just going to go grab the best of both. They're not designed in the same way that other like yeah. College of Lunacy / Madness would be a fun concept. I think that I really do think that like people would look at Bard as a bit less of a hokey kind of a class because it just feels like, haha, I get everything. I am a skill monkey. I'm gonna get all your spells. Yada yada yada. This makes it to where it feels like, oh, this feels red mage. Like, what's the red mage in D&D? This looks kind of interesting. Can you see College of Satire? Sure. I wanted to make it the Vicious Mockery subclass. The UA originally, the Tumbling Fool thing, was a lot of odd tracking for not a lot of great benefits to it. You think every class needs to do more? Oh, well, thanks. Make this a red mage class. It's I think that this is going to be pretty interesting. Because I think that if I made a video like I buffed the bard, people are going to be like, wait, what? No, I nerfed this. Well, I kind of nerfed it, but like I don't think that these nerfs are unmerited. Like, I think that this makes Bard look a little bit more interesting than just saying, hey, it's a full caster. Yeah, like, what did you do? And I'm like, I fixed a lot of the fucking problems with Bard. There's a lot of other designers who, honestly, this is the kind of nerf that I look at and I think, this makes it more appealing, though. Yeah, I should totally call the video I buffed the Bard. um, yeah, so I wanted to make it College of Satire needs to be that jester kind of bard, right? You learn Vicious Mockery. The Vicious Mockery cantrip and gain proficiency in the Insight skill if you don't already have it. If you already know this cantrip, you learn a different bard cantrip of your choice. The cantrip doesn't count against your number of cantrips known. When you cast Vicious Mockery, you add your Charisma modifier to the damage it deals on a failed saving throw. Okay, that's already really nice. Now, the thing that you can do with it, whenever you get up here to 6th level, I wanted this to be that I'm going to mock you. Like, as in, like, if you screw something up, I want to be able to quickly get a benefit out of that, right? Fool's Play. You can cast Tosser's Hideous Laughter without expending a spell slot a number of times equal to your Charisma modifier. You regain any expended uses of this ability after completing a long rest. Additionally, when a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you misses an attack roll or fails an ability check or saving throw, you can use your reaction to cast Vicious Mockery or Tasha's Hideous Laughter, targeting the creature. Like, I just love this. This feels like such a funny, like, you're literally mocking somebody as they fail, right? And this could synergize really well. You use Vicious Mockery on your turn, and then, yeah. You would like to see a rework to Vicious Mockery or some bard-specific spells. I do think that it might be warranted after Mind Sliver. Mind Sliver is just so good. So good. Like, 5th level bard that's insane with SS? Spell sniper? Yeah. Oh, quick. Oh, gotcha. Oh, you guys are discussing. Okay. Yeah. And there's an argument to be made that bard could be, actually, after Tasha's, bard in a lot of ways could be a better warlock than warlock. Like, it's very, very, very possible. The thing I think could be cool is, and this is part of that experimental stuff, right? So we now have a half caster. Is there a way that you can say College of Lore becomes this class's full caster? You know, it steps into the idea of you don't get additional magical secrets, but you get the full spell casting. You get the, rather than a class stepping into being a or a third caster, you're now going from a half caster to a full caster. I'm like, ooh, that could be, there could be some fun in there. There could be. But yeah, those are all just ideas right now. So that's all that. Just letting you guys know that I'm working on this. But I'm not sold on the scaffolding quite yet. I'm not sold on like how it's leveling up and everything. I might even say that like your Bard College feature might not need to come on until 7th level. Or, I mean, sorry, you get it at 3rd, but then like you don't get the improvement until 7th. 6th just feels very, very early. I know it's conventional, but like, yo, Halfcaster Bard, let's go. You just can't. I'm glad to hear there's so many of you that are actually kind of excited about this idea. Because, I mean, this is literally something I started working on last night. You think we need a feature between 14 and 6? Yeah. Yep. That's what I'm looking at. 10th level. Bard College feature right there. So, and also reliable talent at 11th. If I remember right with reliable talent, again, because we stripped away them getting, again, we've stripped away a bit of their power. Well, we stripped away quite a lot of their power because we're no longer getting a full caster here, right? Why is that so quiet? What is going on with Spotify? There we go. Jeez, why was that so quiet? How would you adapt a Bard College feature that keys off of Counter Charm with this? I mean, you'd probably have to just come up with something different. Sovereign becomes a bard. But yeah, that was kind of what I got started working on the other night, and I was like, oh yeah, this could be really, really cool. It does hurt Valor and swords. That does. The thing I would like to lean into is that it's a historian. I like the idea of that a lot more. And they just happen to, you know, pick up an instrument. What I want to do, honestly, at some point is I want to find a gender, like, neutral way of expressing that you are a musician that isn't just musician, the class, because that sounds so not flowery. I thought about, like, the songster, but, like, songstress is apparently a thing. I thought songster was neutral. I thought about troubadour, but that also feels really... It feels like it's just, like, hitting bard a bit too much. So I thought about, like, the virtuoso or just whatever. But musician is, like, the one thing that just seems to... Excuse me. Ooh, sorry. You see, does that? Oh, I thought that would. Let's see. Oh, I thought that would. My mic. Is it muted? There we go. Thank you, Vigilant. So they'll have like a reliable talent feature at 11th level. Yeah, I kept forgetting that I actually made it push. Now I'm not muted. I forgot that I bound it to a push to talk and not just like... Yeah. So... yeah, they would be getting like a reliable talent at this level. So it feels a lot like Rogue. But Bard already felt a lot like Rogue, with just a lot more of the loadout than Rogue. I forget, did Bard get evasion? They do, right? Do they not? I thought that they did. Wow, I could have sworn. No, Monk. Yeah, Cassid. Boom. Now. Ooh. Ooh. There might be a reason why they don't get that. Ooh. Whoop. Did I see this? I guess it's the Square Enix news about they put their entire musical library on YouTube for streamers to use. Yes, I did. Good, like awesome on them. You know, I think, was it Young Ye or like Mudahar? I saw their video on all that news. Yeah, more pressure on Nintendo to actually, you know, stop being so overly litigious about people making content surrounding their games. But you know, I would love to at some point, like, man, if I wasn't so into Metroid, I might actually, like, you know, break away and just say like, man, just not into buying any Nintendo games. But like, man, I really want that new Metroid. It probably does step a bit too much on Rogue's toes, and that is a way for you to potentially that get misconstrued with like jack of all trades, and then cause some issues with like what happens with counterspell. But like on a half-caster, man, on a half-caster that might not be bad. Like, man, you're gonna really want that half-caster. You're gonna want that half-caster, especially the Bard, to be able to keep up. Aperture Desktop OST is a banger. I'll check it out. The Switch is objectively one of the best consoles ever. Steam might like to have a word with you on that because, woo, man. I don't know if y'all have seen the new Steam Deck, but Nintendo's a little scared right now. There's still some issues that they're like Steam is trying to overcome with it. It doesn't work very well with Windows. Like, it is, I guess they're running Linux on it right now. But like, my dudes, I want one real bad. Real bad. Oh man, playing Hades on the go on a Steam Deck rather than a Switch? Like, I mean, hold on one sec. Woo! Steam Deck isn't out yet. They're taking pre-orders. Yeah, I want one so bad. Oh. Oh, is it free on Steam? No kidding. You're so far back in time in the chat. Oh, well, catch up, catch up. Um, so, God, my throat. Okay. And we can see with the Sovereign, right? We're building up a little bit of a through line here. We had the idea of what they can do as their action. This is going to be the core thing, right? Now, this is too fiddly. This is just basically the same thing, and I like the way that we have authority written right now. And then you get your Sovereign Court. First level. Bam. Now, I'm pretty sold on the idea that they need to have this. So now we have a class. Ooh. Now we have a class that has their authority feature, which can give them, like, they're going to do more damage or subtract more damage if they're following your command, right? It's not making it to where, like, you have to do this, but you're giving them the option to potentially do the thing as a reaction on their turn if they do follow the command. Perhaps Meister was a gender neutral name. Possibly. Oh man, I love the idea of Songster. It sounds cool. I don't know. I'll figure that out. It is J.K. Simmons. Didn't he voice? He voiced like, is it Cave Johnson in the original, in like Portal 2? So we have a really good first level here. Now your Sovereign Court. Your Sovereign Court's going to give you your rule of law. And we have these. Wait, whoa, whoa. Wait, redo. Redo. Thank you. Troubadour is a thing, but it's also just like kind of a synonym for Bard. And like, I don't know. I want to get some good separation there. Like, in a way, I almost wish that Bard would just embrace the idea that it's like, all right, we screwed up on the music thing here, guys. Let's separate this, make the Bard something of like a red mage, whatever that's gonna be, right? And then like allow a new Bard to step in that's like, this is what it means for music to be in the game. And then kind of move forward with that, right? Sorry if that makes a lot of noise. Okay. So your Sovereign Court, you're going to get something that defines your rule of law. Now the other thing I have here, whenever I'm coming up with these subclasses, I have to figure out what the loadout is going to be with these subclasses, right? At first level, what do I generally want it to be? I know with the Warrior Court, like Warrior King has a cool like ring to it, but they're not all gonna be like kings. Warrior Regnant. I don't know. So I'm gonna go pull something off of Sorcerer. Do I hear an Apollo? No, I don't. Oh, boo-hoo. Martial Monarch. I even thought about calling it the Monarch at one point, but I'm like, yeah, but you're not always going to be a monarch, you know? You're just going to be a ruler or a leader. Praetorian? What? What's Praetorian? I think I had it called Vanguard something. To the Vanguard. Ah. I think that's... Wait. That's Nike. Yeah, that's a quote from Nike on Smite. Okay. So... Proficiency with medium armor, heavy armor, and martial weapons. Usually you're always going to go heavy armor and a martial weapon, right? Like... Whoop. Maybe you missed it, but narratively, how is this class going to handle multi-classing? It's supposed to embrace it. It's supposed to be like... Ideally, the way that multi-classing should work, at least in my mind, is that if you're going to take a multi-class, there should really be a story justification for it. Really be a story, like, for real. If you're going to, like, multi-class in the Warlock, that should require a story beat as to you making a deal with your patron, right? Yeah, that should be a thing. So, like, I want this thing to embrace multi-classing in the same way that Ross's Accursed embraces multi-classing. So I do have to consider that. Or like, lead from the front. But this is gonna be like a rally. Like, medium armor. So there's a class that does this. I just realized what it was. No. What is it? Okay, does anybody in chat know? There's a class that suddenly goes from I have light armor and then suddenly, boom, I have heavy armor proficiency. And I can't remember which one. Xanderfield, yes, I am multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch. By the way, go follow me over on Twitch if you're on YouTube and you haven't already. Boosting up those numbers. Let's see if I can't become like a Twitch affiliate, right? Yeah, it'll come with that. It'll come with that. Needs a little bit of a clarifier text for that. Cleric does get medium armor. This is one I'm trying to remember that goes from light and then suddenly it gets heavy armor. Artificer does get medium. Cleric has medium. Elian, thanks so much for hanging out, man. Have a good night or day, whatever it is for your timeline. Drew does have medium. Does Warlock get that? Oh, you were wondering why you couldn't see the messages there. I think Warlock only gets medium. Do they ever get heavy? They did with Eldritch Armor, but it was just you're proficient with it, like, while you're wearing it. Yeah, God, I could have sworn there was a Teredrol. Thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Thanks for helping me build up that Twitch following. Is there... I don't think there's an actual published invocation. God. Okay. So we have a tricky spot. You know, it's not like it's a bad thing to say. we'll slow that gradient down a little bit. Hey, Neox, right? Hey, thanks for helping me out with the numbers. Really appreciate you. Is it Valor Bard? I think Valor gets medium, right? Yeah, medium armor shields and martial weapons. Oh god, the Skag Dwarf Berserker, that might have been it. Hey, thank you guys so much for all the follows over on Twitch. Even if you're already subscribed to me, if you could go follow me over on Twitch, it would help out with bolstering those numbers over there. I appreciate you all. But it's spiked armor. It's medium armor. Oh god, why? Oh. Yeah, we just don't see this gradient happen. So, like, they're either going to have to get medium armor from the get-go. And, like, you hate that subclass. Everybody hates that subclass. It's the one that we only bring up to make fun of it, and then we immediately forget it 5 minutes later. Light armor, medium armor, shields, and then armor gets... Boom. A D6 class that gets light armor, medium armor, and then potentially heavy armor. No, you're sweet Battle Ranger child. Yeah, that you want to, like, Sonic spin around with. Light armor, medium armor. Do I have to make this a D8 class? No, I don't think I do. Akita, Skag was like a lot of stuff WotC wrote while on crack. It's because WotC didn't write it. It was Green Ronin Games. Embrace the D8. I don't... Okay, why are D6 classes D6 classes? Sorcerer and Wizard. Why are they D6s? They are. Hey, Timmy TKO, thank you so much for the follow. Why are they D6 classes? You're supposed to stay in the back line and do this commanding. I like so much about what this... Yeah, glass cannons, right? But we're giving you so much. But, like, the only two classes that are D6s are Sorcerer and Wizard. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Alright, you degenerate bastards. Alright. I just wanted to make a D6 class. Okay. Even, okay. Everything that I could possibly give you. I have an idea for a D6 class in the future. Alchemist D6, right? Like, possibly. Keep the D6. You like the D6. How about this? Let's do something. Yeah, the big damage in AoE spells is quite a lot. Ooh, okay. A lot of people actually liked the idea of the D6. Hmm. Let's see. I do this. All right. Let's do a poll. All right. I'll let you guys go crazy on that poll. 2d4. All right. I will let you guys do that while I go on break for just a little bit. We just had our buddy Joe's here. I'm going to go say hey and do all that good business. I will be back here in about, let's say 10 minutes. 10 minutes, right? Z3. All right. Y'all, yeah. So that poll's going to run. You guys answer it over on YouTube. I'm sorry, I don't have it over on Twitch. But yeah, I'm going to run that poll. You guys do all that while I'm gone. Appreciate you. And I will be back here in just a little bit, guys. So, D2 is a dark. Yeah. All right, guys. I'll see you here in a little bit. Bah. All right, get those votes in. In 3, 2, 1. All right, so looks like we had a winner. Oh, let me do this. Well, hello. Oh god, now you're seeing everything behind the scenes. Oh geez. Oh man. Okay. So. All right. So. There's a way we can do this. A figure, what? Feature. No, to the Vanguard. Oh man. Oh. Maneuvers are like. Oh, so you're using the maneuvers from the Battle Master for all your stuff? The tactician? Sorry if you can hear the dogs. We've got Joe over, and Apollo loves playing with Joe, so. What I think. Oh no, what? Oh. Well. Cool. I don't know, something in here. I feel like this one needs to be pretty comfy on the front line. So, how do we make it more comfy on the front line? We could just say the hit point maximum increases by 1 and increases by 1 again whenever you gain a level in this class. You getting the heavy armor proficiency is really nice. So, yeah, they need some kind of damage reduction in here. How do they do this with the armor? Because then you just craft it. That's right. Let's see what we need to do. Because how does it work for the cleric? Because you can get mace. Let's take this. Okay. So you can get chainmail, you go warrior chiefdom, bam, you can get the heavy armor. All right, that all works. Coffee. Why does authority need to use a reaction of your party members? I feel like removing reactions from your party members just so you can do your regular stuff doesn't feel great. Fair. You are forgoing your action to give somebody else something that they can do as an action, except they're getting a bonus to it. They're gonna go crazy. Hang on. Okay, I think they're chilling out. We'll see. We have to make sure that it doesn't. It has to have something, because how does it say this in Bard? Other than yourself. And it's a bonus action over there. And we might be able to expand on this list, but like I think attack, defend, and retreat works really well. The creature that can then, and then we can parse this out from Ranger. This the Drake Warden gets a stat block attached to it that's very good. And if the stat block, essentially the companion, is you returning a ally into a companion. Okay. Let's see. Follow the command. Immediately after your turn. Okay, so we're gonna cut off a bit of the stuff we can do with this, though. Ooh, there's a lot of messages that just scrolled by. Like, if you use this as a bonus action on your turn to command the thing to do it, I'm worried about giving this to you as early as first level. Because then we're getting to a point where the action economy gets a little screwy. Bonus action would be too good. But I mean, this is a really strong reaction. Or, sorry, wow, really strong action. And a bonus action at a later level, possibly. But, like, we're getting to a point where we're starting to kind of break down action economy a little too much. It is your core. I'm just trying to make sure that, like, the action economy is still fairly distributed. Because, like, you're going to use your turn, do this, and then they're going to add this flat number if they follow the command. Immediately after your turn, no action required. It's flashy, it's big. I'm just trying to make sure that it stays solid. The action is strong enough to compete for the reaction, to comp for the reaction, especially with the bonus damage when you consider command. Or the sneak attack. Yeah. Have I ever thought about playing with movement? I tried to do that with the dancer quite a lot. Consumes movement as a part of the core part. Yeah, I tried that with the dancer, and it made a lot more sense to shift movement over to your action. Like, you move as a part of the action and not as a part of the movement part of your turn, which was bizarre. Now here, creature can take the attack action or cast a cantrip. God, that's really good. The creature can take the dodge action or don a shield. Very good. I mean, this right here, and then they do the damage roll that could add your modifier to it. God, that's really good. Moving. Wait, what? Right, no, I got you. Yeah, you had originally asked me if I thought about using movement as, like, a resource, and I had at one point with the dancer, where, like, you would consume your movement speed in order to do these, like, to do these flares, but that wound up leading me down a path of like, this class that's supposed to be super agile is winding up like being kind of hampered. How is this different than the dancer now? The dancer doesn't give you that. The dancer you have to be right up next to it and using step up. And you don't get to add the modifier in. Like, what, talking about basically, since this is stronger than an action, costing both your action and your movement without actually move. What? I think there's just like a communication breakdown going on. I don't really know what this is in reference to. It's not, sure, it's not always stronger than an action. But like, allowing somebody else to dodge for free, I guess you're foregoing your action to let them do this. You use your action, allow somebody else to do that. Okay. So... it doesn't... Okay. Got it. Got it. No. This is how this has got to go. Okay, the... yeah, I mean, I got wow. I got the general gist of it. I'm just, you know, yeah, it doesn't, it's not really sold on me as like, I guess if you're a frontliner, it's fine. Like, you reduce your movement and whatever. But yeah, losing out on that much movement is pretty rough. Yeah, I'm not, that's just it's kind of a non-starter for me. I don't like the idea of having to stay still in order to command. That doesn't feel like it really hits any kind of narrative beat I'm going for with this thing. The idea that by following the command in some, you should probably say Tinker Strike. Don't most other features like this require the allies' reaction to do so? Don't most other features like this usually... Right, so that was what it was originally. And it might need to go back to that. I'm just kind of thinking about how can we free up as much territory and make it to where, like, what is the really cool, flashy thing this can do, and then we can reel back and, like, kind of balance it in, right? So this is slash purely a balance thing narratively. It might not make a lot of sense. If the narrative of it doesn't make sense, then I would say that it's a non-starter. Like that's got to be key. That's got to be very, very, very high priority. Is that narrative is like if you're just doing the balance in order to like justify why it exists, there's other ways to do this, and that's kind of my thing that I'm chewing on right now. I'm like, all right, this is a very, very nice action that you can do. Can we make this to where you can just turn your buddies into companions? So let's say this. Turn your PCs into NPCs and turn NPCs into PCs. um, you can verbally command okay. Hang on. Because authority has got to work. This has to work for everything else to churn. You can command a friendly creature other than yourself within 60 feet of you who can hear or see you. So that what is my narrative concept of sovereignty? It's just a person who's been given the right to rule. You are somebody who is in a position of leadership that is given a measure of authority, which is what's giving you this ability right here. Command is effectively a better help action. Why not work from there? We had talked about that earlier. Help is very strong. And I guess if you're adding your authority modifier, man, I think so many things would just prefer if it was help action. Can hear or see you to move. Let's see. I do like the modifiers over advantage. I agree. And I think that people tend to think that, okay, you're eating up things your friends can do, sure. but there's not a whole lot of things that your friends can do as a reaction. And honestly, if you can do this to where, like, you can allow them to attack as a reaction, you can allow them to enter a rage as a reaction, you can allow them to do XYZ thing as a reaction rather than something on their turn, they're going to be very, very happy that you're around as a support. But Les brought up something that I have to agree with. It's kind of getting onto the territory of what I was doing with my dancer. And I don't want that. That's going to feel really bland. There's honestly, like, most of the things that you can do as a reaction are all as a reaction because something else that you don't have control of is causing the reaction to trigger. Now, if you're the character that can cause that reaction to trigger, that's really strong. So, okay. Now, so essentially a political fighter in a way. You're gonna have. I want to bring back the idea of what, like, diplomacy kind of means, and I'll get into that here in a second. But I think that there's a cool idea for, like, a diplomat in here that's going to make you rethink about, like, what it means to be in combat. Now, the other idea is to go in another direction with it. They can add their authority modifier to their movement. So, like, you get an extra 3 feet, or like 3 times 5, so 15 feet that they can move. And the narrative for that feels a little odd. A little odd. What do we do with this? What was I just meant to look for? What the hell was I just meant to look for? I was looking at help. So, I want to look at Mastermind Rogue. Okay, so this is a great tactical feature. It suffers, though, because it's on a class that really wants to be attacking. And if I take this away from the Mastermind Rogue, it hurts that class a whole lot. Or it hurts that subclass a whole lot. Oh, I've already got Parlay in here. Here's what I've kind of gotten for diplomacy. You gain some kind of a bonus to checks made to Parlay, negotiate, or I don't know. Demand surrender. I think that would kind of qualify here and Parlay with enemies. Half your sovereign level is like looking at like a plus 10 to those checks, and that's pretty huge. But I like the idea of, like, as you level up, it's also kind of imitating how, like, your overall authority. But I like it But there's something in there. Something in there. But we got to figure out authority. So authority can be it's based off the help action. Maluda from Final Fantasy Tactics would be sovereigns. So let's look at some. Okay, there's some pretty cool ideas that you can draw inspiration from video games. Let's see. Their jobs. Okay, so what do they have as jobs? Knight, Samurai, Lancer, Summoner, Time Mage, Wizard, Chemist, Calculator, Bard, Mime, Dancer, Monk, Thief, Squire, Oracle, Priest. Mime. Chrono Trigger like combined actions might be an amazing idea. I wish. Helping is stepping on Mastermind Rogue's toes. The tactician. Like, the thing with other video games that did this kind of a thing, like Fire Emblem, mostly it was like, I guess this would be a slight spoiler. Oh, no, lots of people can do this. Okay, cool. Oh god, never mind. I just saw an. Well, Adblock Plus, you failed me there. Oh man. Well. Oh, geez. All right. I'm gonna look that up over here. Wow. Who would have known the Fire Emblem wiki was hosting ads for hentai on their page? Oh, man. Mom? Oh, great. All right. The Stretchy Morty thing is funny. Like usually they have things like they just level up faster because they're like, yeah, this seems to be a main character you need to have around, so they make it to where that character levels up a lot quicker than other characters. And like they don't really have, yeah, they just have housing enemies resistance stats. The issue with Fire Emblem is that the lords are typically melee warriors with some support powers like a paladin without magic. Yeah, it tends to it's not great at communicating the idea of what it means to be a leader, right? It's just usually like this needs to be a main character, so we need to let them shine a lot more in battle and get something unique, rather than this class embodies what it means to be, you know. Yeah, they're blatantly magic. Yeah. Now, okay. We want... Yeah, yeah. Rally is going to be a thing eventually. Social edges in Savage Worlds? What? Edges, huh? How do I look this up? Oh, I see. Maybe that's the cool thing. Wait, okay. Here. Maybe that's the cool thing. Is that you lead by example. So rather than you taking that turn and then whatever, when you um, okay, hang on. So this is going to require... So I'm thinking, I like this idea of lead by example. Let's see that. Um, Hack against. An inspired ally. How about this? Has advantage. Hang on. the end of your next turn. Maybe. This is like leading by example. Something like this. Okay. That's an idea. So I know, sorry in chat, I've been a little bit backed up. I think the Sovereign has the same space as a tactician or strategist. I don't think there's enough support for a tactician as having its own subclasses for it to be a dedicated full class. So that's why I'm doing all this. And likewise, you can be a leader who isn't necessarily a brilliant strategist. I agree with you. I did expand on inspiring leader for an ability. I know that there's quite a lot of you that are kind of joining in late because we're 5 hours into this stream. So yes, there's quite a lot of ideas that have been kind of thrown out there so far. What I would ask is if before you're throwing out a suggestion, if you would check out the document, so that way, if you got a suggestion that's already kind of been, taken into account, whatever. Yeah. I like to listen to streams while I fold clothes, and sometimes I get distracted, so I tuned in just in time to hear Fire Emblem host ads for it. You're good. You're good. Yeah, I don't think that it needs to be a magic user. I just don't. I'm doing what I can to make classes that can avoid spell casting if at all possible, and still do things that are interesting and unique. Because I think, honestly, quite a lot of people are a little sick of just general spellcasters. And honestly, to me, it eats up so much territory that I have to really be inspired. I have to really be inspired to want to put spellcasting on a thing. So that's why I'm just choosing not to do it. Plus, it just doesn't make much sense to me unless spellcasting feels samey. I can see it on the Sealy Court. I can see it on Sealy Court, but maybe even the Draconic Court, whatever. But I just don't feel the need for it to be a base class thing, at all. Okay. Now, here's the reason why we can't turn your buddies into a companion. Because in order for your companion to get a turn, you have to issue the order to it. Your buddies have already gotten their turn. But you're forgoing your action. If you use a bonus action to verbally command them, buddies are much more powerful, and they've already kind of had their time to do damage. So what's the cool active thing here? I love what this could do. Can let them use their reaction, and that would justify it. Giving Rogue another attack with sneak attack damage would be a little extra. My worry is what it would do with Eldritch Blast more so than sneak attack. I mean, you could just roll up another Rogue and do this, and that's, you know, you could... A party with 2 Rogues is going to be just as effective at doing that as if... You know, so I'm not worried about that. I'm generally, if you are giving up your action to allow a friendly creature to do a thing, I think that is pretty justified in giving to one of your buddies. So it's pretty okay. We're talking about equivalent exchange and optimizing the action economy. The problem is I already wrote a class that did that. And yeah. Yeah, I know, I've seen this. You've typed it like 3 or 4 times in the chat already. Tactician and Sovereign are 2 different class fantasies. Sure, I can see that. I can absolutely see that. I'm trying to leave open that territory for where you can roll that up if you would like. But Tactician to me, I'm like, it just doesn't seem to make sense as a full class. It makes a lot more sense if you look at it as something as a subclass for like Fighter, because having to dedicate their own entirely other like subclasses to it, I just don't see what the portfolio of subclasses could expand out to be. But I mean, I think the idea that people are looking at with a Sovereign is you have this measure of authority, and what are you going to do with authority? Well, you're going to like rule over people, right? Like you're going to be a leader. So what does leading mean? What is the fiction of that? What are the mechanics of that in D&D? So that's what we're trying to hit. And an interesting action, like use your authority, command another creature, and like, what's the thing? And you can use this with sidekicks. I mean, if your DM feels like the thing that I want to do is award you a sidekick, like a squire or something, your DM can absolutely do that. A court abjurer or something like that, they can absolutely do that. And then you can use this authority figure to kind of help dictate, like, what, you know, go hire somebody in town. So that potential is there. And yeah, like, I just don't think that it needs to be a companion class. I would rather, if DMs feel like that's more fitting for their thing, then like, cool. But having this creature that is like bound to you, that is like a humanoid with its own thought, and that feels like that's getting into some really weird territory. Like, I mean, there's some possible like enslavement themes that I'm just not really a big fan of in that. MHP's captain gets somewhat similar to this, but with no ruler flavor, gets companion too. I haven't actually. But yeah, the companion idea is just not really a thing I'm totally sold on. The thing that I like is the idea of, like, I am... In some ways, this might sound pretty Paladin, right? You listen to me, guys, you hang out with me, you follow up with me, we're going to be alright. Shocking. It's like, is it important that you complete this task? Like, what if a summoner can kind of cast command? Yep. And like I said, you know, got a lot of this stuff in here, so don't worry. Don't worry. I do think that it's kind of cool to have the idea of like the something. Revolutionary, probably like some kind of a, like, you know how there's the Oathbreaker Paladin having like the revolutionary? That's a pretty cool idea. Actually, it could, in a way, it could be like, Yeah, I think there's a lot of cool territory in there. Um, yeah, yeah, that's the way yeah, there's something cool in there. Uh, okay. Companion is a bad idea. Commanding is good. So you think we leave that as an action for your ally to do something, or I think you need to be doing this as an action now, because we want to give you something that you can do. Hmm. Like, this is already really good. Lead by example. When you hit with an attack or succeed on an ability check or saving throw, you can use your reaction to inspire your allies within 60 feet of you that can see you. An inspired ally has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes before the end of your next turn. You do this already. Like, I'm going to go in, show you how it's done. But god dang, that group advantage is insane. No, that has to be... Hang on. It might need to be per short or long rest. Maybe? God, I don't know. I also just really try to get away from all these, like, long rest refresh things. Like, and I'm not sold on this absolutely being, like, this has to be in here or anything, but I like the idea. Yeah, it's... guys, please, 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 please. I know that you guys are, like, you guys probably got some ideas out there. Please check the document that I have penned, because that'll take you here where you can see there's quite a lot of people already watching it. If you have questions about what's going on or you have an idea, please check it out and see, because, like, I've seen now people are asking questions that have already been, like, yeah. So it has to embrace multi-classing, because, I mean, not everyone's going to start out as a sovereign. So it has to be able to embrace that idea. Now, possibly. Wait a minute. Ooh. When you score a critical hit with an attack roll or roll a 20 on an ability check or saving throw, you can use your reaction to inspire your allies within 60 feet of you that can see you. An inspired ally has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes before the end of your next turn. Whoa. Like, tie it into crit? Yeah. Yeah, Les, that might have been like the great idea right there. Ah. Correct. Man. Yeah, Les had the right idea right there. Yes, you would have been using a reaction on your turn, which you can do, but yeah. Gunslinger Sovereign, which is sick. This is so cool. When you score a critical hit with an attack roll, or roll a 20 on an ability check or saving throw, you inspire your allies within 60 feet of you that can see you. Yeah. And this is like, it happens, boom, and then like, it is a passive, but goddamn, what a cool passive. And like, ooh. Yeah, you succeed, and that's like, oh man, yep. You show like, this is nothing. And oh, yeah. Ooh, this is really good. This is really good. Is lead by example intended to work out of combat? Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, the fact that it has to make the ability check before the end of your next turn. Maybe it should be 1 minute. Yeah, it opens up that multi-classing that I want. You can see a champion multi-classing into this. Yeah. And I'm pretty fine with that. I mean, you go all crazy and you go Hexblade with it, then, you know. Yeah, right? It could be 1 minute. But like, wow, you score a critical hit and then all your buddies are like, for the next, oh, man. This is immediately going to invoke that thing, right? And like, I want people to think like, well, yeah, isn't champion going to be? And I'm like, no, thematically, yes, that should be so cool. Lead by example could be called. I think I like this idea. Like, lead by example feels so. Oh, imagine a heavy arms gunslinger critting all the time and inspiring everyone. You know, oh wait. And it doesn't stack. Okay, it can't stack. Yeah, I think lead by example is the way I want to go. So this is, I think this is hardcore. Bam, this is cemented in right there. That is one I do not expect to see changed unless I just don't catch like a typo or a mechanical screw up right here. This is one I would fully expect to see make to the final print. That is so cool. Hang on. Expertise would kind of screw with that. Well, does this need to only work on attack rolls and saving throws? because yeah, the 20 is going to keep it like a 5% chance. I think it needs to only apply to saving throws. Yeah. Attack roll or roll a 20 on the d20 for a saving throw. Because if I'm just going to keep continually doing these things like ability check, and like ability check is something that I can just keep doing. Critical hits, like, is this going to be the... Oh, God, this is Bag of Rats. Hang on. No. No, because you're not making an attack roll. That's an automatic crit. Yeah. But then that 20 on Intimidate is lost. You can add it in later. If you choose, but I don't think it's necessary. It would, if it says that you have to make an attack roll, like when you score a critical hit with an attack roll, that's not an automatic, that doesn't apply to automatic crits. At least with this wording, it doesn't work for auto crit. What about using Fear or Respect as a class ability? That'll be here later on. Fear would be in the Unseelie Court. And Respect is going to be all Authority. Authority should be the thing. It should be a... Yeah. And like, if you're using your action to attack, rather than using your action to command a creature to attack... Ooh... Can't I just apply the against a sizable threat in? I hate that wording. I personally just can't stand that against a sizable threat wordage. Why don't I? Because I mean, there's other ways to do that. And, I mean, I would rather do everything I could to avoid an arbitration like that, but yeah. It's just, if it's not necessary, then I'm just gonna, yeah. It's not necessary, though, because when you score a critical hit, it makes it to where it doesn't violate Bag of Rats. Your reaction and bonus instead of action, the narrative of that doesn't really click. Now, against a girthy threat, get out of here. When you hit a creature that is a girthy threat. That's, so Akita, that's kind of my thought. Is you're using your action to command other creatures. That's what you would want. So, if I'm using my action to command other creatures, is this ever going to go off? I mean, other than I succeed on the saving throw, right? Like, when you or a creature... Mads, I love you. Here we go. When you or a creature you have commanded with your authority figure, score a critical hit with an attack roll or roll a 20 on the d20 for a saving throw, you inspire your allies that can see you. An inspired ally has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes within the next minute. Now, what this can do, notice, this is a crit fish that you can potentially dish out to somebody else, like your champion, who is, oh man, there's a lot to be said here. Like, this is good. This is very good. This is the kind of thing right here that, like, okay, if I saw this in a homebrew, I'd be like, all right, this is balanced. The entire class is now put on a bit of a razor's edge, because this is very good. Inspiring Ruler might not be able to come on until like 3rd level. Yeah, right. So I want it to be really active, and like, if you use authority, you get somebody else to do the thing, and then you show your buddies like, right, listen to me, go. Like, oh, that's like, oh yeah, yeah, dang, he was right. Let's do it. Boy. Yeah, right. I love that. Like, that feels, ooh, man, that feels like such a cool follow up, right? Like, because you guys succeeded, because you listened to me, guess what? I'm like, oh. The moment I can start hearing, like, BFG Division kick in, then I'm like, yep, that's really good. And it synergizes off of whatever it is we're going to do with this right here. You use your action to command the thing to do it, bam. Now, what looks really scary, think about this. Authority. You command the creature to take the attack action, except you, warrior chiefdom, you see how scary this looks right now? You can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. Moreover, what? Couldn't this cause a chain? You and your champion both get caught in a saving throw. You crit and then give your champion advantage, which also causes crit. Yep, and that is totally cool with me. That is totally cool with me. You are building into that for your character. Yeah, and on a class that doesn't get spellcasting, we need to give you something flashy here. What about choosing someone in your party / enemies to manipulate their initiative order in combat? That might be like a suppression or something. Mad said, when do you think it's appropriate for a PC to take their first sovereign level if consensus is that you have to multi-class into it? I would like for this to be opened up to people that just want to take this through all 20 levels. If you have to multi-class into it, then like, I think the character might just have to earn it, you know, like in the story, right? I mean, if literally, like, I've seen some players deliver some dialogue that I was like, that if I would have read that in a book or seen it in a show, I would have been like, oh shit, like, oh man, we just had that mic drop moment, right? And sometimes just like one real good roleplay like that is all it really takes for you to convince your DM, yeah, the story needs to go in this way now, you know? Do I still want to have advantage on ability checks? I don't mind it. It's weird that it doesn't key off of you having the 20 on an ability check, but that is so active for you to be able to trigger. You're just saying constantly, I'm going to go in and manipulate people, or like, you know, I'm going to go in, do as many of these damn persuasion checks as I can get off, and that means now we're going to have advantage on this roll, whatever. Like, there feels like there's an odd, it's too fluid in there for ability checks that key off of that. But if the inspired ally has advantage on the next attack roll or saving throw it makes, or ability check it makes, I don't mind this. Because, like, I want this to feel like you guys see my might here, or you guys see, like, it's kind of like with Paladin, right? Paladin being around me, I'm so awesome. You guys get these bonuses, right? This feels like, watch me go in here and show you how easy this is, and then once you see me do it, bam, whatever you're gonna do to get that same goal across, whatever. The ability check is a little bit too player controlled for me to think that, for me to really want to put that in there. Yeah, Leroy. Yeah, and this is a 5% trigger. I mean, that is pretty rare, except whenever you go, warrior, whatever. And it also gives us territory to build off of here. Lead by example later on being something that can apply to, whenever you succeed on an athletics check here. It works with that. Oh. Okay. So, all right. So now we know for sure, lead by example is staying in. Now, okay. Follow the command as a reaction. Okay. Or cast a cantrip. Now the problem here would be if we allowed you to do this with multiple creatures, because then we no longer have that equivalent exchange thing happening of I give my action economy over to somebody else. If we allow you to cast a cantrip with this, boy, that's real scary. Like, boy, that's super scary. Yeah, it would make sense as a prestige class, I'm not gonna lie. But there's a lot of concepts that make sense as a prestige class that I still think you can expand out. Why does this seem so... 14.5 should be about 8. 3. There we go. What can I do? Have I heard or taken a look at the Ripper class? I haven't even heard of it. Yeah, it's only a 20 on dice for advantage on one attack for all party. Let me see. Yeah. It's an odd flavor pick. Insight greed type of possibility. Yeah, I mean, like, I just want people to be able to go over, pick merchant, maybe multi-class over into sovereign if that's the way they want to go with it. But I mean, I haven't really totally, yeah. There's already so many subclasses. Ah, this doesn't apply to saving throws. That's right. Interesting. Um, so it's a serial killer class for GMs to make Jack the Ripper style characters, hence the name, but I was mentioning it as a possible inspiration for another dark subclass. Oh, I mean, I tend to make. I mean, here I am sitting in a goofy Togepi hoodie, you know. Um, it, I tend to make like, I don't know. There's like the dark metal ones that I think are kind of cool. I tend to steer away from some of those like, um, you know, a bit kind of. There's grim, and then there's a bit of that like edge that I'm just not totally like into, you know, delving into. Um, like, you know, I think I've criticized Blood Hunter as just being like, this is like hot topic the class, you know, like, I I don't know. It's just I'd rather not do a review on something or like really kind of voice an opinion on something that's just not for me, because I feel like I don't know that I'm adding a whole lot to the conversation, and like it feels like more often than not, if I'm not adding to the conversation, I don't really know that I should voice my opinion. You know, because like me just saying like, it's not for me. Yeah, and that's me. You know, me being very kind, and yeah. Oh man. Okay, is there some reason that this isn't clicking? Because I don't know that this is. I don't know that. I think that like. Okay, there's something that we can have in here. Them casting a cantrip is you foregoing your turn to allow them to cast a cantrip. However, if we open it up to where you can command multiple creatures to possibly cast a cantrip, we hit a real big speed bump. Or do we? Because okay, because let me kind of think through this real quick. I cast a cantrip. Okay, what is this? What does this go? Okay. A cantrip scales up because other characters get extra attack. That's why, if you look at, well, shit, they didn't update the goddamn Eldritch Knight. Motherfucker. God damn it. Man, cantrip. Because the ally that takes the attack action is only going to get one attack, and that's the reason why cantrips scale up. So if you allow them to cast a cantrip as a part of this, attacks might scale up too. Maybe if you allow it to where like they can take extra attacks, sure, but then you are definitely bloating down the action economy in favor of your party. It can't be cast a cantrip. No, it can't be cast a cantrip. Yeah, it needs to get rid of cast a cantrip. Because the attack action is not happening on their turn. However, casting a cantrip is supposed to be everything making up for you missing out on extra attack loaded down into one action, and we just can't do that. Don't attack skill 2. No, you're just getting more instances of the attack action. But Sharpshooter and Great Weapon Master exist. Yes, they're very hard to design around, but yes, but you can still take that on this character with any other class loadout and do the same thing. So we still have equivalent exchange on this. However, being able to cast 2 cantrips or multiple cantrips, if we want to open this up to where you can command more creatures, it can't have cast a cantrip on there as well. Dodge action or don a shield. Ooh, half their speed. 2d6 versus 2d10, or yeah. The thing is, you're getting a lot out of the cantrip. Use advance to give them the dash action. There is some cool tactician stuff happening in there. Like, at that point, you're kind of playing them like chess pieces, which is kind of cool. Like, it does feel bad for your mage pals, sure. But, man, it's the way the system works right now. Oh, it's not even about adding the authority. It's just a matter of cantrips don't, the reason why, let me say, here's the problem. Here's what's getting me hung up. So these two are not the exact same thing. Attacking usually requires multiple attack rolls, and it gets to add your modifier in, right? The reason, okay. Okay, extra attack. Here's 2d10 versus 1d8 plus 5, or what are you comparing that to? Oh crap. Okay, let me kind of scroll down here. Add a buffer to concentration like focus. Interesting. That's a cool idea. How far am I in Elden Ring? I beat it last night. Yeah, I beat it last night. The only boss I haven't beaten yet is Melina. Or is it? And I will say, yes, she's the hardest boss I've ever fought in a From Software game. Or Melina. This is horror. Like, wow. I have never fought, I've never fought a boss this hard in a video game whatsoever. I do not know what to do about her. But I know that I'm not starting another save until I beat her. awesome fight, like very, very challenging. Um, I basically I've been able to kind of steamroll a lot of the game in a way. Uh, the Godskin duo was like, oh my god, I was so against like I hated fighting the Godskin Apostle and the Godskin Acolyte? Is that it? Godskin Acolyte and Godskin Apostle? Um Her Greatsword with Mimic. Yeah, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to like respec just to beat her. Um I'm at level 150 right now. Um yeah, I don't want to respec just to have to beat her. So like I'm sticking with my build. The one thing I did though was I got rid of the fucking George R. R. Martin sword because I found out that thing is a trap weapon. The uh, the damn grafted greatsword. Okay, grafted blade greatsword, and this is just a small little tangent here. Okay, wow, I should double check these for ads though. Okay, forever spin. I hope that's not a butt plug. All right. It looks like a really painful one. Anyways, so grafted blade greatsword. This thing is such a trap. Like, oh man, I was like, yeah, great, I really love it. I look sick with this. It's the Game of Thrones sword. Yay! I made it. I scaled this thing all the way up to 10, and I was like, I got about this one, and I was like, wait, we just hit B scaling on this. Oh, and it didn't go up. And this is terrible. Um, this is like, yeah, traumatized by the ads on the Fire Emblem Wiki. This is abysmal for something that you are investing so much into and wanting to be like a later level weapon. B and D scaling is so bad. So I was like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna shop around. I'm just gonna shop around, see what I can find. And then I found this. Oh my god. With a very, very minor intelligence investment. Holy crap. This thing tore up everything. Yeah, you see S scaling right here. I know you guys probably can't see that well. Let me zoom up on that. So I shopped around, found this thing, and I was like, alright, you know what? I've got another somber ancient dragon, like whatever smithing stone. I can afford to get another one up to S and C, or another one up to 10 and just C. Motherfucker! Oh my god, the weapon art on this thing is so good. Compared to the grafted greatsword, the grafted blade greatsword, it's like, oh, I'm gonna up my attributes and like, oh yeah, for like a really short time. But like, it wasn't that active, fun. Like, yeah, you know, it is the worst sword in the game at dealing with like waves of enemies, right? It has like no AoE, absolutely none. However, ruins, dude. There's a what is it? Dragon axe or dragon hammer? I'm trying to remember what it was from another Souls game that has this weapon art that whenever you hit, it just sends out this seismic wave of like, oh. So they put it on this sword, Wave of Destruction. Oh my god. Immediately, all the hordes I was dealing with, dude, if they are standing right in front of you, what this thing does is it sends out the shockwave, does basically charge attack damage against them as magic damage, and then it knocks them up into the fucking air. Dude, what? This is such a good, great sword. Its charged attack also, like that's the L2. Whenever you do the R2, you hit them, stagger them pretty hard, and then if they're still standing in the area that you hit, it sends up a shockwave from underneath them and potentially staggers them for you to get a crit. I thought about actually making a video where I was like, all right, to all you greatsword lovers like me, stop using the grafted greatsword. That thing is an absolute trap. I just felt like I was doing no damage to the bosses. And then I switched over and got this thing. S tier scaling is so good. Oh my god. Oh, this thing just fucks shit up. And it's so good. I love this weapon. Yeah, Ruin's Greatsword. Completely changed the game. I felt like I was having a lot of struggles before I went into Crumbled Farm Azula, just thinking like, I don't really know. I don't know, man. Can I carry it through to the end? I'm hearing a lot of these bosses right here at the end are gonna really fuck me up. Um, there's whenever I say there's a okay, whenever I say Destined Death, you all know what fight I'm talking about. If you played Elden Ring, a lot of people have been reporting issues with that boss. Like they're having a real hard time getting through. They think that he's like a harder fight than Melania. I beat him in 2 tries with that sword. I did not have a hard time with it. I wasn't even that over leveled. I've seen people taking him on at like level 150 and higher, and they're just like, "What do I do? He's just fucking me up." And like, dude, he was a breeze for me. I might have gotten really lucky, but yeah, Melania is still messing me up. I can see why people are saying she's the hardest video game boss they've ever fought. Like, god dang. Oh. Anyways, yes. So, if you're into the Colossal Greatsword builds, you need to go pick up that Greatsword. Absolutely go pick up that Greatsword. You got absolutely clapped in that fight, if it's what I'm thinking about. Yeah. I don't want to give out any spoilers, but, yeah. Destined Death, Farum Azula. Let me just say, end of the bridge, lion thing. Yes. Because that is a pretty big spoiler. But, oh, man. Whew. So good. Yes, lots of red and black in the fight. Yep. Yep. Lots of, I'm going to throw stones and shit at you. Yeah, no, exactly. I think Melania will probably go down as like, I mean, was Orphan of Cause that hard? Or like Slave Knight Gale compared to Melania? Or, oh my god, I can never remember. I don't think so. I genuinely think she's like the hardest boss they've ever come up with. Will I be buying the Dark Souls 5e RPG? The reason I would get it would not be to run it, but just more so to, like, just have show the support for it. Because, you know, but it's whatever. I don't think that my players would have a lot of fun just getting owned constantly. You beat her using co-op. I don't blame anybody for using co-op in this game at all, or like summoning the Spirit Ashes. I will say, you should probably get your Mimic Tier love in before you, your Mimic Tier run done before they nerf that, because it's gonna be... Is Magic an easy mode in Elden Ring or something? I've heard a lot of people say that Magic is the easy way to make it through the game. Doing a melee build is hard. I always do, whenever I'm playing a Soulsborne game, I always do a melee run first. Just always, always, always. Hang on, sorry, one sec. So I always do a melee run first of like whatever big great sword I can find, because I just think that's super fun. Just run in, hit stuff, yay. Not really think about it too much. Magic to me is a bunch of sorting and crap and like whatever. I'm just not really a big fan of doing. I don't blame people like, yeah, big dick build with those huge ass swords. I don't blame people for using Magic. You want to play the game however you want to play it, cool. If that to you is cheesing bosses with like, you know, whatever kind of build, whatever. But like to me, I just love the idea of, let me just run through it, you know, like, let me have fun with it, you know. And to me, fun is like, I just love going in there with a great sword and just messing shit up. And then I do a fists only build after that, where I'm only going to use, usually it's Cestus, or in this game, the one I'm looking forward to is the grafted dragon head. So you have a dragon head for a fist? Like, what? And doing a run like that. But yeah, Yeah, Grove Shield. I feel like any Souls S5e would have to heavily rework the death/res system for it to feel like the games would need death to be around every corner, but 5e isn't built for that at all. Yeah. If you're not signing up for that, and like, God, I don't think, and I thought about doing this as a video at one point about like, hey guys, stop trying to make your D&D games feel like Dark Souls games. I mean, like, unless that's what your characters are into, like, the reason why Dark Souls kind of works is because it's a video game and you're a single player. You don't really know that, like, all your buddies are going to be interested in that kind of an experience. You signed up for it. They might not have. So, be conscious of that. And I feel like so many people want to, they want to run that world because they feel like the combat is so good and yada yada yada. And it's like, yeah, it is. Because the video game is clean. The combat system in the video game is clean. 5e, it's not that the combat system is bad, but it's not the combat system from Dark Souls. So, like, you know, I'm just trying to format this a little bit better. So, like, you know, that's always one of the things that I can tell. They're a newer DM. They're like, oh, you know, I run my game like Dark Souls. I'm like, oh, okay. And they're like, yeah, it's really gritty and player. You know, I'm like, I don't really want to run a game where I just keep like killing my players is a badge of honor. Like, what? I've never gotten that mentality at all. Yeah, difficult does not equal good, right? Hey, what's up, Farrell? Character expression through weapons disappears when you roll a d20. Killing characters that your players love is a bad idea. I usually try to talk through what's going on with that. If they, I mean, I have tried to find story elements to explain why a character didn't die. Right? I'll give them a stretch. But sometimes it's just, it needs to happen because otherwise combat doesn't have any weight. And like, you know, I mean, all my players, I've told them, I was like, death can happen. Death can absolutely happen. And like, you know, if you're not cool with that, if you really want your character to survive or whatever, usually after a character death, we always like end session. I will end session and say, all right, so that happened. We wrap up the combat, whatever, but I'm like, okay, so that happened. Unless they have an idea immediately that they want to do, I'm like, I will let you all think about that. And we'll put that plan into action next week. And that gives them the whole entire week to think about it. Plan whatever. And then if eventually they just come back to me and they're like, we don't really have an idea, then, you know, that happens. Death has to have some kind of weight in your campaign. Or if it doesn't, you guys describe that whatever. But to me and my players, I've let them know, you know, like, guys, you can die. Like, that's going to be a thing. So if you're not cool with that, then, like, you know, I'd probably suggest a different table. You've been a Dungeon Master for years, never have killed anyone? I don't know if my players are just that good or you don't know how to balance combat. My ass off. Yeah, and I don't carry it like a badge of honor. It sucks whenever a character dies because then I've got to come up with, like, something else for another character, you know. But I've had some amazing moments happen because players were really attached to a character and that character died, you know. But it's not the kind of thing that I'm like. It's not the kind of thing that I'm like. Oh, how do I put it? Like, it's not a badge of honor, and it's not the kind of thing that I think is required in order to make a character or in order to make the game work. Yeah, Matt's, yeah, dude, I have a super high lethality campaign. Yeah, like, No, those guys, I'm like, all right, like, so what that tells me is like, I probably not have a lot of fun at your, I don't know, like, I play D&D for a certain kind of experience that I don't play Dark Souls for, and vice versa, right? I play Soulsborne games because I go into it with the knowledge of combat's going to be fun, I'm going to get fucked up, but I signed up for that, right? And in D&D, I'm like, no, there's a different kind of fantasy I want to have. I want a team building game, you know? That's why I play that. And that's a part of the reason why I just feel like trying to run your game, like your D&D game, like a Dark Souls campaign, unless someone could really, really, really sell me on the idea, like explain how the mechanics for death and everything are going to work and not just be fucking annoying, then like, you know, yeah. I just don't think it's going to be a great translation. And that's, then you know, but that's surface level thoughts. I haven't actually seen the book or anything like that. You're trying so hard as a celestial warlock to save our masses from dying. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, so red flags. If a DM tells you that they expect a whole, like, long-ass backstory, and, like, they're like, yeah, but the campaign setting is lethal or whatever, I'm like, oh my god, just no, I'm not. I've said this before, right? Like, bad D&D is worse than no D&D. I'd rather just not play D&D and not waste my fucking time at having a bad experience than playing a game of bad D&D. And I've played some fucking bad D&D. Like, and every time I've left it feeling like, yeah, I would have rather just stayed at home and, I don't know, whacked off. Yeah, like, because bad D&D leaves a scar, you know? Like, and I've had these, like, yeah, real bad experiences. I even posted a video of one of them that I was like, you know, no, I will say, oh no, yeah, I mean the Piss Fan story was really bad. Barty McPee Pants was really bad, but like, you know, I haven't had anything I would say is like a horror story, right? Other than the Barty McPee Pants one. That one was like, okay, obnoxious, but like he was trying to throw my campaign. The other ones have just been like accidentally getting recruited into like a vampire sex campaign that I saw the big red flag and dodged it like a fucking bullet, you know? Yeah, I mean, no, I don't, I'm just able to recognize when those red flags are going to happen. Usually it's like, they want to meet in the gaming, and like, if I don't know you, and you're trying to tell me that like, you know, well, I'm playing this sexy succubus, and yeah, and I'm like, okay, I'm out, dude, I'm not dealing with that. Like, I'm just not, and that was the situation with this one, and I found out from another person later on that like, this is a person that had been banned from a lot of game shops in town because they couldn't stop forcing their weird, like, vampire fanfiction sex shit on people. And I heard about it and I just didn't go. I just told, and like the person organizing it even asked me, because it was like this lady's boyfriend, like, hey, we didn't see you, what happened? And I was like, dude, I'm not coming there to be, I'm not coming there to be some victim for your weird girlfriend's horny vampire shit. You had a session where you spent all of it fighting literally. You had a friend that was so put off to play D&D because of his first DM. Finally got him to come around to it. Now we play every Sunday for about 4 years. Oh, good. Had a session where we spent all of it fighting literal fire. Your games were pretty okay. Usually the first one that you can remember is when the player started to argue with me why his 25 sleep didn't work on a thug with her. Oh, right. He said that balance was shit and I was stupid. And yeah, and then you just get rid of those people. Like, you just say, like, okay, I'm not dealing with it. Like, you know, I'm 32 years old and there's, like, I built up enough of, like, I mean, people know me kind of around town as, like, I am, like, the D&D dude. Like, I'm the guy that knows 5e here in town. And, like, if, you know, they brought me to speak on panels on the system and stuff at, like, gaming expos. And if I say that, like, I've got a public table going on at a game shop, first 6 people get to play or whatever, it's going to fill up. I kind of developed a rep as, like, an Adventurers League DM that was actually pretty good at running the system. And I didn't push my fucking sex fantasies or whatever on people, you know? Like, that's the thing, man. I know how to read a room. I know that, like, the reason why people are mostly coming to this game is to fight monsters and have fun, right? And the people that come to this game and they're trying to get some, like, weird horny sex shit out of, like, injecting that stuff onto other people or inflicting that onto other people are the people that I'm like, dude, I'm not having that shit at my table. I don't have to deal with it. I know plenty of people that can play this game. You know, I can organize. If I said tonight, I put out and said on Facebook or whatever, hey guys, D&D, 30 minutes, my house, who wants to come play? I bet you I could probably get at least 4 people to show up, you know? Yeah, especially in public, right? Like, why the hell would they do that? The reason you suggest to have my sovereign level is because most of the checks will be charisma subclasses. Using authority stat would make them way better at it. Wait, what? Oh, no, I got you. That's why it is. And I understand. Um, you know, yeah, a lot of these are going to be charisma checks, right? This is going to be a face. But there's other, like, there's other checks that we can make this apply to kind of generally with diplomacy. We can do some other stuff in here. We could. Wow, 6 hours? Jeez, and we haven't even gotten out of level 2. But this is what I mean, like, we're trying to find a good core for this. Okay. Now, I know I kind of skipped around there for a second, and we went on a tangent there about weird, horny vampire fetish shit, but talking about this, we got away from it because action, cantrip, all that stuff. Now, reason why you can't do that, extra attack can only be used on the attacker's turn, but if cantrip is allowed to be cast, the being allowed to be cast perfectly natural tangent, right? Horny vampire court win. So, yeah, no, Grove Shield, 100%. I won't judge private tables for doing whatever they're into. Lord knows I've taken advantage of Paladin disease immunity, but leave it out on public tables. Yeah, because these people have been banned from game shops for trying to do this shit, and they've been trying to indoctrinate, like, it's weird. Like, this is what I would call predatory behavior, is like, if you keep trying to bring people who aren't aware of you into your tables so that you can subject them to that kind of a weird experience that they don't know that they're signing up for, no, I consider that a form of, like, sexual harassment, if not, like, man, oh god, I don't know, like, it's weird to call it something criminal because, like, but I mean, in private tables you can just fuck on your table if you want. Yeah, but there's some people that just don't get it. Like, they just don't fucking understand. Like, don't do that shit to people. Like, don't force your weird, like, it's weird. Okay, so go be weird in private. Like, don't force other people to participate in your weird shit. Like, oh man, I think that should be criminal. To be honest with you. Yeah, none of my D&D table be gone. So, but a cantrip being allowed to be cast off turn and imbalance. Boom. Okay. The reason why cantrips scale up is because infinite use spells need to be able to keep. They need to keep up relevance with extra attack. Extra attack can only be used on the attacker's turn, but a cantrip being allowed to be cast off turn causes an imbalance due to this scaling. That's why we're going to have a hard time making it to where you can cast a cantrip as a part of this other feature. Now, I mean, the second that you look at it with like Eldritch Blast, and I know Eldritch Blast is like a way above par cantrip, but like it is a cantrip. So you have to think about like if you allow them to cast a cantrip off turn with Ag Blast, then like it just can't be there. It sucks, but it can't be there. They can take the attack action, but it's not gonna, yeah. Now, the cool thing that we can do with this, though, is you can issue extra orders as you level up. But wow, being able to allow other creatures to take the dodge action, disengage action, but like they're moving as a fleet, kind of cool. Also, if we have an attack cantrip, we can just compare that to attack. Should we start? Do what you do. Do what you do. But like, there's a point where it's not voyeurism. It's subjecting people to your fetish, and that's not cool. It's not cool. Unless they sign up for that. It's basically like, what I figure the same thing as sending somebody a nude that didn't get prompted, right? Like, they didn't ask for. And I think that's pretty fucking skeezy. Man. To allow them to forgo a consequence like a point of exhaustion, etc. We can possibly talk about that. Possibly, so this is the idea here. I like the idea of more uses of it. That feels like a really cool scaling up. And then possibly do it again at 11th and 20th level. Man. Ooh. So very good. It's very, very good. We're at 6 hours now. I gotta pee like a racehorse. So I'm gonna pee, make a little bit more coffee. This might be a little bit longer break. Let's say 15 minutes, y'all. 15 minutes. Okay, what is it right now? 9:30 right now where I'm at? Yeah, 9:45. And then we'll come back. Wait. Hang on one sec. I wanted to remember because I had scheduled something. Oh, actually. Wait, what time does that start? Sarah, are you in here right now? What time does your live stream start over on Twitch? I don't want to... Let me see. Don't tell me, did I get you on the wrong... No, offline. Oh, wait. When are you streaming next? It is Sunday, right? I was gonna say we shall go raid. Oh wait, here we go. We should go raid Sarah's thing, but I don't know if she's gonna be streaming tonight. Who's gonna be? Oh, cool. Aw. I need to reply to that. There's a lot of cool collaborations kind of going on in the D&D scene. Oh, night Attica. Or Akita. Sorry. Thank you for joining me and hanging out. Oh, I'm glad. Maybe as a bonus action? Possibly. We'll see what the fun thing is going to be in there. Let me go empty the tank. Wow, my hair is a mess right now. All right, let me go empty the tank. Make a little bit more coffee. I guess Sarah's not streaming tonight, so I thought it'd be fun to go raid her for a little while. But I'm gonna do all this stuff. Oh, wait, what do I have on my shirt? Ew. Yeah. Let me take a 15-minute break, and I will see you guys here in just a little bit, okay? So, hang out. I appreciate you all. You're cool people. Hope you're having a good night. I'll see you here in a second. Hello, hello. We're back. Oh, I forgot to microwave my coffee. But I'm like low anyways. What's in there? That'll work. Hello. So, you can use this feature as a bonus action? The cool thing here is like, what if we say that if you order it to do one of these things that it can do in its turn. Yeah. Diminishing returns. Right. With all my experience in class design, are there any subclasses I think are most likely to be cut or will give you more / most trouble? You mean from like the core game or like 5e or like official options or ones that I would cut from here? Like, yeah. Diminishing returns since people use a reaction. Losing opportune targets instead buff command or allow other actions in addition. Maybe like it feels weird to say that it's like they're almost like cantrip level, you know, from the Sovereign itself. Do I think that there's some that are likely to give me more trouble? From what I've discovered, like, ones that I think would give me some more trouble are going to be the ones that I don't feel like I can, like, really innovate on the model. Like, I might have already done it, and that's more likely for me to cut it, right? Ordning. I feel like I've already kind of beaten this one to death with the Runekeeper. So, like, this one might get cut, right? Or... God, I think Bestial Court, there's something cool in here. I don't know what. I feel like this is going to be an easy one to write. Like, which ones do I think will be easy? Which ones do I think will be more difficult? Court of Madness. It can... there's something to be had in here. Draconic Court, I feel like people will know what to expect out of this. I feel like there's an expectation. Elemental Court is probably going to give me a problem because I feel like I'm going to be looking at this one and just thinking the whole time like, oh god, it's just I already know exactly what it's supposed to be and I don't know. Like, in my core, of what I think you're supposed to be doing with your action and stuff in combat, I've got to give you some stuff that's not just the expected loadout anymore. Like, resistance to this, and this damage, or, like, you know, elemental-themed subclasses have a problem of just feeling stale by virtue of, like, hyper-specializing in one thing, right? Heavenly Mandate is another thing that I'm like, you're gonna be the... what does this mean, right? Celestial healing and crap. Like, oh god, yeah, it could just be that, but it's been done, right? The cool idea could be to have it synergize a bit more with, like, clerics and paladins and whatnot, you know. Mage Court, that's where we can open up the potential that, like, a character can cast a cantrip whenever you know, order it. But I already feel like it's going to be, you're going to get some spell casting in there. Necropolis, I think might be alright. Because, like, the cool thing is going to be with that one, raise up undead and then you can command them. That already gives you a lot that you can do with that. I almost think that these kind of abstract ones are a bit easier to write. Like, I almost feel like I'm more excited to write these because there's an expectation that comes here, an expectation that comes in here, right? But like this, I'm like, ooh, these are the ones I get excited to write because I'm like, what's the weird thing we can do with that? Yeah, exactly. Adoka's Wolfmate, because like I don't really feel super excited to write a thing if I've already kind of written it, you know? Like it's like I already know what the expected loadout is going to be, and you know, unless there's something that just hits right with the class, yeah. Yeah, overlap with existing classes is the biggest hurdle in making new ones. So when you make more base classes, it makes each successive class harder to make. Yeah, yeah, definitely. What about a Mind Flayer Kingdom? I think that could fit into this whole, like, Court of Madness thing. I think you can roll up the Academic and the Mage one? Probably. Oh, I wanted to write that one cantrip. What the hell was it? Oh man. There was a spell in Elden Ring that I thought was so damn funny that I was like, yes. It's these, there are these, oh man. It's in the Raya Lucara Academy. So, let me make sure that this is going to be... Are you muted? Show me the YouTube video. It's Red Wolf of Radigan, and then... So, there's a boss fight in here that uses a spell that I thought was so cool to kind of turn over into a D&D spell just because it was so funny. Alright, so Elden Ring, whenever you are fighting this boss, Renala, there are these women that are like just kind of like slouched on the ground that will throw books at you. And it's like, that's so funny. Like, that as a cantrip is so funny. You can just animate a book and like fling it at somebody. That's cool. I don't know what it would be, but like, oh, I love that idea for grad students. Yeah. I thought that was really, yeah. So, yeah, this is so D&D meta. It must be done. Yeah. You really suggest that the subclasses should be how you rule, not what? I don't know. I kind of like where this is going. I kind of like the idea of, like, your court is what gives you your power. Like, yeah. It is a lot like animate object or catapult. Yeah. It's just, oh man, I would want to be able to do that just constantly, like animate books and throw it. Like, that sounds so funny. So, yeah, there's a merge of like, because that's supposed to be what gives you your authority. That's what I really like. Is this gonna have? Hey, Trek, how's it going? No, it won't have minions. But if you get minions, like you go hire some people in town to come fight with you, you can order them with your authority, and they'll be actually kind of effective. But yeah, if you're if your DM decides to give you, like, it might even be worth it, right? To say, like, should GM allow? Using the stream to fall asleep already. Well, hey, I'm happy to be in your dreams. Will the Necropolis Court get actual necromantic casting, or will it raise undead through some other means? That is yet to be seen. Yet to be seen. We're just getting started on this thing, guys. Just getting started. This, like, from the very beginning, we are just now really working on this, so there we go. Boom. A court servant. This is, I wanted to give you the ability to potentially do this, because, like, if you get a companion and it works out, great, but, like, I don't really want that to be an expectation of the class. So, like, because that leans into some themes that I'm not really cool with. Like, I don't want a parallel to be drawn that, like, this is a thing that is, like, basically enslaved to you to command and do whatever. And I'm just not a fan of that. So, I would rather, like, you can get a court companion that is, like, friendly to you, and then you can command it with this authority feature right here, and that'll it'll be fine, right? An abjurer might follow my a sovereign, or an abjurer might follow a sovereign of the mage court. Abjurer. So I was in the bestial court where you didn't know Patreon subs showed up on my stream? Wait, what? Oh yeah, whenever you play. Oh hey, thank you for the play. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Clayton. Yeah, thanks for pledging $10. Yeah, and then they get the. I'll show you. They all get added to the title card right there. So yeah. Right to rule instead of being a ruler through meritocracy. Yeah, and that's all things that I wanted to leave it open, right? If you are, like, given the right to rule by, like, some divine whatever, I want that to be a thing that you guys decide to do in your campaign. Not a thing that's like an expectation of, like, a god has deemed you your bloodline right, whatever. I would rather this be like, there's a potential that you earn this right. cool. Like, let's lean in that. Let's leave it very open. These are just the tools that you can apply to. This is just a toolbox that you can apply whenever you want to make a character that has any kind of right. You know. Still haven't made my mind as to where this will be published. If I could get my site back up and running, I would love to publish this on my site. But considering that that's being held hostage by some domain scalper, I'm not sure. Also, like, getting my site up and running and, well, back up and running and everything, that's going to take a lot of work. So I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. Let's do this and that. There we go. Hey, thank you so much for the $10, or wait, sorry, $8 Canadian Rain. Boop. Thank you. Of course, great gun. Oh, I appreciate you. Hey, I like making it. I like having fun, chilling out, hanging out on stream with you guys while I've got nothing else going on. And I plan on this. This isn't going to be a thing that I plan to have cranked out like tonight. I like this authority figure. All you have is Canadian maple money. I will be sure to buy syrup with it. We want to have a cool core. I don't think Master of Tactics is the way that this needs to roll. Yeah. Because, like, I don't want to lean into it being too much of a tactician. I want it to have the ability to command. And if they want to make a tactician, this could help to fill that flavor. Whatever. There we go. I mean, this isn't an absolutely necessary one. Can I highlight this and then that'll... Is that just going to highlight the text? It's just going to highlight the text. I can just leave that as is for right now. Unless... Is that going to color the entire... Wait, can we do this? And then... I can never remember how I formatted sidebars. Is it table properties? Yeah, bottom. There we go. Boom. And then... Oh, how do I format you? I mean, that's kind of a cool look, but... And then... I'll get rid of that. And then... Yes. Okay. There we go. Cool. You think that royalty with right to rule in D&D demonstrate the real world, real God world, extreme piety and difference in God's decrees. I'll leave the territory open for people to kind of figure out what they want to do with that with their games. And as far as this one's concerned, I'm like, I'll give you the tools if that's a route you want to go. You know, there's that, but I would rather other people kind of figure that, you know, do that if that's what they want to do, rather than it be an expectation of the class. Should the fake hordes just be rolled into one with inner subclass options like Conan Barbarian? It's possible. It's possible. Like the Fae. Say something like that. Let me say are like, if you want to be a fairy princess, there you go, Fae monarchy. Like, yeah. Yeah, and I agree. You can say like, we'll just see this. Okay. Because, yeah, I mean, if this one was going to be the third caster, it would have felt weird for one to be a third caster and the other not. Or, you know, whatever. And then you eventually become an Archfey. Like, oh, ooh. You know, if we move that back, we have a lot of territory to where, thank you. Boom. Thank you. Having a combined Fey aristocrat does feel appropriate. I don't know what it can do. We'll mess with that. I feel like it needs spell casting, and then it uses your authority for the spell casting. Possibly. Okay. So, there's a lot of love in Lead by Example. A lot of love in this. This is so cool. Diplomacy is very nice. We also just need, like, what is, like, the base vanilla one? Merchant Queen, yeah. I know, I've heard a lot of people asking about, like, a Merchant King or Queen kind of a thing. I haven't really been sold on the idea quite yet, because I don't know what the archetype couldn't be achieved by with just a multi-class over there. I think there's an argument to be said for you getting a Sovereign Court feature all the way at 18th. like, it feels very delayed, but we open up some territory in there if we do that. Like, how weird is it if this is like kind of a weird martial mirror in a way to sorcerer? You get 1st, 6th, 14th, and 18th, but then that like 18th level feature is just like, oh, what is the ultimate actualization of being a ruler of this kingdom, right? Oh, there's something pretty damn cool in that. Maybe 14th. Sixth. Supreme Authority being their capstone where you can command. Yeah, capstone annihilation. Or Supreme Leader, yeah. Wait, was this? Oh, that was an earlier version of like the inspiring leader thing. Yeah, inspiring ruler. So we have your sovereign court, your authority. Your sovereign court's can get you probably 2 features. Maybe 3. Second level, lead by example. I think that lead by example could even be like 3rd level. Because we can open this up to where the ribbon kicks in at 2nd. Diplomacy is going to be our ribbon along with Inspiring Ruler. Like, this is a very, very good ribbon right here. 1 minute outside of combat, and then your allies get temporary hit points equal to your sovereign level plus your authority modifier. Like, once per turn or long rest. This is very good. Diplomacy hasn't been ironed out, for sure, for sure. I'm just saying, I'm kind of trying to see my... Yeah, what level do you unlock Petra? Just having them able to cast Lesser Reanimate would not be too OP, especially since they already... Wait, Lesser Reanimate, is that like an older spell? I mean, I've written versions of, like, you reanimate a corpse. You know, I mean, I did that with the Rune Keeper, where, like, you were able to get a corpse but it only ever had 1 hit point, but it's already really good because it's a zombie and it has undead resilience. Like, oh. I mean, this Lesser Reanimate spell, is that... I'm not familiar with it. Destroy a lot of people. What class do you all think that I'm writing here? Like, yeah, I'm not familiar with the spell Lesser Reanimate. That's what I'm asking for clarification on. Yeah, as far as I know, that's not a thing in 5e. No, it's my custom spell. Okay, but I... Did I? Oh, okay. Okay, I was like, what? I don't... what? I had no idea what was going on. So, I think that it would be fine to do it to where, like, the creature has 1 hit point whenever you, like, bring it up. But, I mean, I don't know. I'll get there. I'll get there when I get there. I'll get there when I get there. Gotta stay on point. Okay. Diplomacy, how do we negotiate a... Chat be laggy. Alright, so, diplomacy. We're gonna write a ribbon. Okay? we're gonna write a ribbon. So, why do we give out ribbon features? The reason why we give out ribbon features is because we want to flesh out what it means to roleplay this. We want to flesh out what it means to do all the out-of-combat stuff that this thing would be doing, right? So, pretty good examples of some ribbons and some pretty bad ones. Let's take a look at probably, I don't want to just crap on one right now. Okay, let's take a look at an actually pretty decent ribbon. Magical Tinkering. This should have basically been a cantrip. Like, this should have been probably an Artificer unique cantrip. And like, kind of like an interesting mirror to prestidigitation. I think could have been pretty cool. But it's an interesting ribbon feature. It's just really bogged down. Because like most of the stuff you're doing in here isn't going to be relevant in terms of combat. Well, bright light in a 5-foot radius, you could make an argument that it is, but in all honesty, probably not. This is like, in a niche situation, if somebody got this to work in combat, I would be pretty interested to see what they did. The object continues to emit your choice of an odor or a non-verbal sound. You know, yeah. These are all like out-of-combat shenanigans, and this is pretty fun. I like what this does. But I remember playing an Artificer and feeling like I had no idea what I could do with my turn. And it's so weird. It's so weird how like this class manages to give you so much, but yet whenever you're in combat or like you don't really feel like you know what the hell you're supposed to do. It's so weird. Like until you get to 3rd level, Artificer feels like, I guess I'm just wizard with less toys? Maybe? Like the first level for them, Magical Tinkering could be really cool. I feel like this would have been so much cooler as a cantrip. Feels like a lot of cantrips in one. Yeah, I'd agree. I'll take Artificer. Some classes at level 1. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know that that's really a hot take. I would say that Artificers make sense as getting it even. I guess they're scared to push it earlier, but honestly, like, it makes sense for Ranger and Paladin to get it moved up to 2nd as well. Same as Bard. Like, you know. You think every class should have a subclass at level 1? It makes sense for spellcasters because it needs to explain where your magic came from. You know, the idea here being it like it's the respect of your people that give you your right to rule is what made me think that it needs to come in at level 1. Because like you can't be a sovereign without the respect of your people and whatever. Have I ever seen Hellsing Ultimate? Nope, I have not. Give it the ability to summon a sea of undead minions. The moment that you start making more creatures on the battlefield, that's so hard to measure. It's so hard to measure. Like, it's really hard to quantify exactly how strong that is because, like, of just how much territory you're eating up. Like, the moment that you make an obstruction, the moment that you make a thing that occupies a 5x5 foot square, boy, it's actually quite a bit of power. Because that means that thing, unless it's not taken care of, is probably dealing damage, is probably doing something to obstruct your enemies, or impose something of a threat on the battlefield. So, like, Beastmaster, I do not blame Wizards of the Coast, or, like, I don't really, I think that, like, I have a pretty hard time digging on Wizards for trying this out, trying to make this work, because they probably thought it was extremely scary to like put this on the battlefield, and especially like it has to be medium or smaller size. Yeah, if it would have been large, ooh man, that's a lot of the battlefield that you suddenly impose a threat upon, right? Like wargamers will know how powerful it is to have any kind of area of like threat, right? So I don't blame Wizards so much for screwing up the Beastmaster on release. You know, it's just, it's good. It's just, it's hard to really, we can't really quantify how good that is all that well. It's possible that you can say is, you know, but yeah. Oh, well, and parlay could be you're trying to get them to surrender, right? And yeah, it could be like, yeah, I'm flexing, you know, you're showing dominance. Like, I think that that's really cool. Ability checks you make to parlay with enemies. What are other examples of like diplomatic behavior, right? Ability check you make. I don't know about negotiate. Yeah, just walk away, right? The Brock Sampson, do it, take it from me line. Like, that's, oh. Insight might be important. I like this being a face. I mean, it's a parlay with enemies. Should it be like hostile creatures? Because like we want to leave it open-ended. You know, we're riding a ribbon. Wow, I got off track there. Let's take a look at another example of a pretty bad ribbon. Okay. Now, okay. Actually, let's use this as an example of what's actually a good ribbon that doesn't really do much for you. I think that Natural Explorer being given to you at level 1 was probably the wrong move. And again, you guys have seen I'm completely reworking the Ranger to make everything a little bit more relevant, but like Natural Explorer isn't really active enough for you to feel like this ability really kicks in. Especially when it's paired with favorite enemy. These two in tandem just feel really weird. Really, really weird. So like, this actually does quite a bit for you outside of combat. But it's very situational. It's very niche, right? If you don't pick a type of favorite terrain that you are immediately going to run into, then like this is nothing. You don't have a first level feature. If you don't pick an enemy in here that you're going into combat with in the first level, this is a nothing feature. So there's some rangers that have been rolled up in 5e that just don't have first level features, and that sucks. That really sucks. Both of these are so hardcore leaned into ribbons, despite being actually pretty damn good ribbons, that like they completely ate up all the power of a first level ranger. So, what are some good ribbons out there? Man, Rogue. Thieves' Cant is surprisingly good. Well, surprisingly decent, I guess. You find players constantly wanting to roleplay this one out, and like it feels like it does pay off in several campaigns pretty well. Expertise, allowing you to flesh out your your skill proficiencies and make you that dungeoneer that this is meant to be. Pretty good. Oh, let me turn that down a little bit. I just realized how loud that's probably getting. You feel like the Sovereign has to be antithetical to murder hobo parties. So there should be a way that you would lose this benefit. What, just... Why am I getting tagged all day over... Oh, cool! Oh, sick. I just saw some cool news. Hell yeah. The super cool people over at Fantasy Grounds, Grim Press, just did a conversion of the Runekeeper for Fantasy Grounds. I didn't know that they were this far into it. Because, like, I had given them my Whoa. Oh. Nice. Yep. Oh, this is so sick. Cool. I literally just got the news on this. So, if you want the Runekeeper for Virtual Tabletop, you can go pick it up over on the DMs Guild now. Oh. That is sick. That is sick. Thank you so much to the guys at Grim Press. They are super easy to work with. It literally just asks for, like, yeah, can we get a copy of the PDF? And then, like, a month later, you find out that it's available. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much, Grim Press. Oh, it is so cool. Now, I think they've done conversions of all my classes now. So, yeah. Go check out Grim Press. I'm gonna change out the storefront stuff so that you guys can get a preview of it over on the Poly. So you can go virtual tabletops. What's my thoughts on Foundry? I haven't really used it. I just don't really use virtual tabletops that much. I think, like, and this sounds weird me saying immediately after, I love that it gives people the option to play online if that's what they want to do. Online play just doesn't really click for me. I feel like I lose out on a bit of the experience of playing D&D and my DMing style if I move to online, and I'd just rather have that in-person, face-to-face kind of, that kind of connection. I'm pretty bad about giving my opinions on virtual tabletops because I just don't really have a whole lot of experience with them. I'll definitely say, like, fuck Roll20. That is the most frustrating virtual tabletop I tried to use. Basically what I feel like is falsely advertising their services, like saying that you can share some of the stuff that you've had with, with your buddies or whatever, and then making it to where that feels basically impossible. Yeah. There is zero UI UX thought into using Roll20. I think that is damn near a scam. And hearing about the way that they run their business, it doesn't surprise me at all if, like, they just intentionally are like, ooh, let's just not implement something like this. Yeah. Foundry has a nice UI. Well, great. I'm not familiar with it. I'm a really bad person to ask about, like, my thoughts on rolling a virtual table or using a virtual tabletop. Roll20 feels like you're using a website from the 2000s. Yeah, I can't stand it. I do think that Roll20's, like, Fog of War system was really cool. I don't remember if they were the first one to, like, innovate on that, but, like, man, whenever I used it, you know what, this isn't me. I was kind of trying to watch what I said on here. But, like, I don't have any business ties to them or anything like that. I'm just a guy who, I'm a disgruntled customer, I guess you can say, who emailed them asking about how to allow my players to see some of the character options I had allowed, and they never got back to me. So I paid like $100, $200 to get like a Tomb of Annihilation game going right at the start of COVID. And we weren't even able to get it off the ground because my players couldn't access the goddamn player's handbook that I had bought under the assumption that Roll20 was going to make it available to whoever was in my campaign. And I had gone through all the steps, looked up on Reddit, everything to figure out how to make this stuff available to my players. Nowhere. No help. Followed all those... Yeah. That and, like, Roll20 is surprisingly, like, just super taxing on your, just your internet connection overall, your bandwidth, all that good shit. If I want to have a look at Foundry, hit you up, you're gonna... Oh, right on. They literally don't have a pack magic system yet? Wait, like, as in, warlocks can't regain their spell slots or something? Huh. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna move lead by example, actually up to third. That feels like a strong third. Or I guess Diplomat. Lead by example is a really strong, really strong passive that we can build off of for some other stuff. Inspiring ruler and diplomacy. So diplomat. Okay, so they have an interesting thing that they can do with their action right now. Some buffs that we're going to give them bonus action or unique stuff that they can do as an action on their turn. What are they giving clerics, right? Like, clerics usually get, like... Man, clerics get so much of an insane loadout at first level. Two freebie spells usually, right? Like, we can't look at Twilight. I'm not trying to design around Twilight. What's like a good solid S? Forge Domain. Two freebie spells. Proficiency with heavy armor and smith's tools. And then a really cool, really cool out of combat feature that has some relevance in combat. Ooh. It's super finicky if you play Warlock. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. It's just virtual tabletop feels like it's just going to be a headache for me to even get put together, especially now that like the pandemic is kind of winding down. I'm feeling a lot better about like having in-person games, so I'm fine with just moving to in-person again. I just don't really feel a big need to go online. And there's a weird way that speech works whenever you're talking. Like, conversation flow online just seems to not click. You know, the lag is what kind of bugs me and kind of takes me out of the experience of playing D&D, you know? So, let's look around. Okay, so social check. I mean, if the Draconic Sorcerer was made today, I'm curious if they would get an expanded spell list or not. Or like what unique thing they would do to buff this up. Someday we can have holodeck VR D&D tables. There was one VTT I saw that looked really good. There's Tailspire that I've got, but there's another one that looked pretty good called, oh man, I forget. I don't want to get too distracted. But it was one of those like VR style. We have the table in front of us, and our minis are going to move around. The monsters are going to attack the minis, and yeah, I forget what it was called. Something like that could be kind of cool. You know what's really good though? Let me just say this. What might be a little too good is... Oh boy, this scales up so well on its own. You issue a command to a creature, and then you can command more of them, which synergizes really well with lead by example. You know how many chances other creatures have to crit with the attack rolls now? Oh, man. Jeez. That's really good. Like, that's really good. Like, what is the game loop gonna be for a sovereign? I'm gonna command my buddies to attack, and then they're gonna attack. Let's get rid of this. Okay. You're another VTT. Yeah, it was really big on Reddit. Like, it does feel very similar to the Step Up, and I don't want that to be a rub. But like, the dancer gives you an extra action, and it's flexible. Let's see here. Yeah, because Step Up is going to be you give somebody a turn, but you can also, like, later benefit from, you can do it, you can do this thing alongside it. So, will this benefit from an authority die? I don't want to make it a reskin of the Battle Master. He says as he looks up Battle Master mechanics. You gotta head out. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Vigilant. Hey, I appreciate you for hanging out. Thanks for being so active in the chat and contributing to the conversation. Let me see if, because I know we're getting up on 7 or 8 hours, and I think I'm about, like, because I'll stream again tomorrow. Because I'm having fun. Yes, I will stream again tomorrow. I just want to see if, who are we gonna raid? Because, yeah, I'm winding down and I'm feeling myself, like, petering out right now. But we made a lot of progress on this. A lot of progress. And I'm pretty happy with the start that we got here. Alright. Does anybody have a suggestion? Does anyone see another D&D YouTuber that's streaming right now? Oh, let's see. 14 hours ago? Okay. Who do we want to raid? Alright. Trying to see, is Ted? No. I don't see any like D&D YouTubers. Yeah, I don't see any D&D YouTubers that are currently streaming. Anybody see someone? Hey, Darren and Dokas, thank you guys so much for hanging out. All your input, it's greatly appreciated. Oh man. Alright, might just be some random Twitch person. Uh-oh. Moist Critical's playing Elden Ring with 19.5k people watching. Wow. Jeez. Yeah, I know. I'm not really seeing any D&D YouTubers or anything that are that have got anything going on right now. Let's just find some random people on Twitch in the Dungeons and Dragons category. I don't know. You guys go to Twitch. Pick out someone. I don't know. Let's go say raid. Sure, whatever. God, wow, there are so many actual plays going on right now. Like, so many actual plays. Like, look at this. That's nuts. This is insane. I mean, wow. Like, good on all them. I just had no idea, like, the actual play scene was this active, I guess. Jeez. Well, yeah, I don't know. You drop messages. Anyways, I'm probably gonna go chill, hang out. I do follow. Hey, ID Griggs, thank you so much for the follow. I'm gonna go chill, hang out, probably eat the rest of my. Oh, that's why virtual tabletops are so popular. Gotcha. Yeah, so we're coming up on 7.5 hours. I'm going to just kind of take it easy. I don't know that I'm going to get back on Elden Ring. Just keep slamming my head up against the wall with this last boss. I might. Anyways. So yeah, Sovereign. We'll get back on this tomorrow. The link should be good for anybody that wants to go check it out. If you got some ideas, whatever, cool, talk about it in Discord. Anyways, guys, that's gonna be it. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me tonight, today, everything. Yeah, it's been a long stream, so thank you all so much. Big shout out to my Patreon sponsors. Thank you for helping me keep the lights on around here. And coffee in my blood. Y'all are absolute heroes. And I will see you all probably tomorrow. Good luck with the boss. Hey, thank you. I gotta get the skill down, you know. Nothing gonna be done that far. We'll see what's up. Anyways, guys, yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out with me. All are cool people, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Later.